coffee on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Had to fix my microphone. I apologize. I thank everyone for joining us here at No Sound Bites Allowed in the Bronx. And today is June 21st. It's currently 2:33 in the afternoon. And we have quite an interesting show to go over with you. There is a lot of breaking news going on. There is a change in the Iran deal that could be quite substantial. There's some news about the World Cup, of course. There is news on a final update about the news we covered in the middle of the week about a young woman being shot to death, being shot in the Bronx. We had covered that live. We have final updates. No one else in the mainstream news media seems to care about this case. We do. I will give you a further update on that. Okay, you got me now. Yeah. And there are some final, some other bits of news that we want to go over with each and every one of you. Thank you, Destraya, for mentioning that the volume was off. I had the wrong microphone set up, and I'm glad that everyone can hear it now. Sometimes, these things happen. Again, I'm one man. I'm doing a huge amount of work, unlike when you look at MSNBC or CNN, ABC. They've got 10,000 employees and they make tens of millions a year. It's just me. So sometimes things go a little wonky. We try our very best. That being said, I do want to go forward now, because the World Cup is, of course, in the region, in the United States at the moment, and it is ongoing. I do want to mention that Japan won their game today against Tunisia, which is actually surprising. They did very well. And Spain, of course, dominated against Saudi Arabia, which is really expected. Both were with 4-0 wins. Quite interesting. Spain is considered one of the countries most likely to win the entire World Cup. And the United States is actually doing good in our group as well, having won both of its games. America may actually make it out of the group stage and into the second stage of the World Cup, which is not unusual for the home team to advance. They usually have one of the better groupings to let that home country, to get into the next round, which is great news. But we will see. 3 p.m. today, we will see that Iran will be playing against Belgium. The last time Iran played, they tied. This time, they're looking to play against Belgium. I look to see Belgium win 3-0. That's what I'm hoping to see, not because I don't like the Iranian people, but I absolutely despise the Iranian fanatical theocratic government, and I would like to see them lose as badly as possible in the World Cup and get kicked out in the group stage. That's my opinion. Not everyone else will agree with that, but I'm very happy about that. So look forward to 3 p.m., and we'll try and get some updates as it goes forward throughout the show. But starting at 3 p.m., it will be Belgium versus Iran. I'm looking forward to seeing Belgium beat the hell out of Iran, and we are cheering for them, just in case anyone is wondering about that. So I do see that we have a comment here from Joel, who mentions in New York. That's right. For everywhere else in America, today is Father's Day. And if your father is alive, if you are a father, I want to say happy Father's Day to you. I hope you are enjoying your day. I hope it's filled with love and fun, maybe some beer, watch some sports, whatever it is you do to get to relax. I hope that you are enjoying it. But in New York State, as we reported, I believe last week, this is now non-gestating Parents' Day, officially in New York. Well, not officially yet. Kathy Hochul is waiting until after the November election, and if she wins, she plans to sign this bill into law to dehumanize mothers and fathers. For those who are unfamiliar, in New York State, the New York State legislature, which is controlled and dominated by Democrats, progressives, and socialists, they passed a bill that renames mothers into gestating persons, and fathers are now to be called non-gestating parents. This is insulting. It is dehumanizing. It is destructive to society. But am I really surprised that one of the bluest of blue states, New York State, with one of the biggest progressive socialist movements in the entire country, that they look to dehumanize mothers and fathers and to further break apart and weaken the traditional family structure? And we see the result of that in crime in America, especially in the Black community. This is nothing but horrendous. And I will never, other than to point out the idiocy and the insult of what New York State is doing, I will never refer to mothers and fathers as gestating parents or non-gestating parents. It's just ridiculous. It's dehumanizing. It is evil. It is meant only to help destroy our society as it exists and to replace it with, I don't even know what. I don't even think most progressives know what they want to replace it with. It's insulting. But thank you for pointing that out, Joel, because I would never have mentioned the non-gestating Parents' Day. It's just so insulting. But that is what we expect from our the Democratic Progressive Socialist leadership of New York State. Legislature already said, this is a fantastic idea. Dehumanize mothers and fathers. I don't know what to say about that. It's just so insane. It is insane. But, that's DEI for you. That is intersectionality for you. Now, there's a lot of breaking news coming out today. Most of it in reference to Iran, the ceasefire talks, the potential peace deal, the memorandum of understanding, which we will get into in detail. We've talked a little bit about it during the week. In fact, during the break, I'll play that video in case you missed it. But let me start by saying, I believe the memorandum of understanding, the ceasefire deal with Iran, between the United States and Iran, is abysmal. It projects the United States as the loser, even though the United States military has performed exemplary. We have dominated, decimated the Iranian Navy and Air Force and its capabilities to exert force for the most part. We have diminished their capacity to build drones and missiles. This is good news for those who support Ukraine and for the Ukrainian people. It means that many of the weapons that Russia has been using to kill them will be diminished, because it is generally the general estimate is that some 75 to 85% of drones and missiles that were held by Iran have been destroyed, and their capability to build more drones and missiles to be shipped to Russia to attack people in the Ukraine has been diminished severely. Some would say it's been eliminated. I would say diminished severely. So that is good news. We'll talk more about the memorandum in just a few moments, but I do want to address something a little bit different. And that is that there's going to be a major change in the world, in the leadership of the world. Now, we just had the G7 meeting of world leaders. One of those leaders happened to be the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer, that may have been his last time to be seen by the public on an international basis. If we go over to The Guardian, you'll see that their article today, the business secretary, the British business secretary, knows about jobs and seems pretty sure Keir Starmer is out of his job, that he no longer will be the leader of the United Kingdom. Now, Keir Starmer, for those who are unaware, represents the Labour Party. In the United States, that would be the Democratic Progressive Movement. Keir Starmer is a progressive socialist by American standards, the Labour Party by the British standards. He is far left of center, and he has failed the British people. Long before the conflict with Iran, he had been failing the British people. And we see that on the streets throughout all of Britain at this time. The British people, their society is crumbling. The identity of the British people is being attacked as we speak. And the people are responding. There are riots. There is a desire to reduce, if not eliminate, illegal immigration into Britain. That there is a desire to much of the open border status that Keir Starmer has ushered into the United Kingdom. The public want to reverse that. They have suffered economically under the policies of the progressive movement within the United Kingdom. And so the people are essentially revolting. And so Keir Starmer, through multiple political mistakes and connections to the Epstein files and many and his government cover-ups meant to just hide the truth from the public, the many missteps of illegal immigration, the economic burdens that have been placed on the British people in the name of DEI and progressivism, intersectionality, it's all coming to a head. And the final capstone to all of that was the British response to the conflict between the United States and Iran. And the British, the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer's unwillingness to support their greatest ally, the United States, their unwillingness to take a stand against the terrorism of the Iranian government, the IRGC, and the British people disagreed, wholesale disagreed with that. That doesn't mean that the British people were 100% behind Donald Trump or this action, this military action. But it is another thing to say that they had no preference, that they had no dog in the race. They did. And they had a very distinct opinion about this. But Keir Starmer was opposed to the public. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. And we now see that he has finally seen the reality that everyone is aware, Most of his cabinet have resigned already, long before this. And in the last month, a huge portion of his staff, of his ministers, have all resigned in protest of various actions by Keir Starmer and his government, and abandoned him. And it seems that this weekend, reality smacked Keir Starmer in the face. And I quote from The Guardian: by the end of the summer, the United Kingdom will be on its seventh prime minister in 10 years. There was a time when we used to make fun of Italians for replacing their leaders every couple of years or so. Now they look like the model of stability, the Italians do. It is the British who are the basket case in terms of their international policy and their government. Now, why is this important? This means that the British government will have a chance to redefine its relationship with the United States. Under Keir Starmer, there was a distancing between the United States and our greatest ally in the world, the United Kingdom. That was true under both the Biden-Harris administration as well as both of the Trump administrations, and it continues to this day. But with new leadership more focused on the future, a sustainable future for the United Kingdom, and to take, I would expect, cannot guarantee, but I would expect more transparency, more of a focus on making England great again, essentially, which would be MEGA, MEGA, make England great again. That is something that the people want. They want more stability. They want less illegal aliens. They want less migration. They want to have more assimilation into what has been the traditional standards of the British government. It's very much like what we see happening here in the United States. And this is a warning for the United States that if we do not pay heed to what is happening throughout all of Europe and what is happening to our greatest ally, the United Kingdom, it will happen in the United States. The same kind of riots will occur in the United States if we do not correct course. They are, I would say, Europe and the United Kingdom are somewhere around 3 to 5 years in the future of America in terms of how far left they are and their left-leaning policies. And if we continue to follow their lead, then we will follow in their failure, which the academics in the United States, who are overwhelmingly left-leaning, have no problem with. They think that, well, the social experiment may not have worked in Europe. It may not have worked in multiple countries in Europe. It may not have worked in the United Kingdom, but it'll work in America for some unknown reason that doesn't make sense to anyone. And there is no articulate answer about why the United States will have a different result than what we see in the United Kingdom if we continue down this path. And I fear for the day, and we've seen it in rare cases here in the United States already, where just like a week and a half ago, where we had in Belfast, a illegal immigrant was trying to behead a man because he happened to be white, because DEI and the general political climate in England says that the traditional British citizen is evil by birth because of the color of their skin, and they have little to no pride in the British government and its history. And therefore, this immigrant in Belfast tried to behead a man in the middle of the day, in the middle of the street. We've seen crazed individuals here in the United States try and do similar actions, beheading people, and it has not been significant. There's been about 3, maybe 5 cases over the last 4.5, 5 years, but it is something that is growing. And considering the size of the United States versus the size of England and the United Kingdom, we are looking at something that could grow significantly in the United States. It could be a far more serious and dangerous path. And sadly, we can't replace presidents like the United Kingdom can replace a prime minister. We don't have a vote of no confidence in the United States. That's not the way our government is set up. They have a parliamentary system. We have a constitutional republic. Very different systems with very different rules. The one thing that it does allow in England is that when their leadership, like Keir Starmer, have completely failed the people and the country, they can be replaced. Whether or not their time in office is up, they can just be removed. Whereas in the United States, when there is a president that is unpopular, that is absent, that is incapable of doing the job, as an example, Joe Biden, someone who mentally had completely failed, who was incapable of doing the job, whose only policy was to win the next election for Democrats, to maintain a power base for his partisan preference, we can't remove him. Although we did have the option of the 25th Amendment, but because Democrats were in control, that was something that was not available. It just wasn't a realistic option. Democrats prevented that from happening, even though it should have. And I know many on the left will say, well, Donald Trump should be removed for the 25th Amendment. Well, the fact is, Donald Trump, you may not like his policies, you may not agree with his policies, but Donald Trump is coherent and he has plans and he is effective. You may not like what that effectiveness results in. You may disagree with that in any one of the policies or all of the policies. You may not like the way he presents his policies and his actions, but that's coherent. That's not the 25th Amendment. Joe Biden was an example of someone who was incoherent, incapable of the job, lacking all plans, and should have been removed by the 25th Amendment. That's not the case with Donald Trump. You could make the argument in the last years of the Reagan administration, in his second term, that Nancy Reagan was more in charge than Ronald Reagan because of the same reasons like Joe Biden. He was mentally, well, in Reagan's case, less capable, not incapable, but less capable of doing the job of president, whereas Joe Biden was incapable completely. You could make the argument that, well, maybe the 25th Amendment should have been used against Reagan as well. That is an interesting argument, but there is no question that Joe Biden should have received that. He did not. So, given that we cannot make changes as quickly in our government as, say, in England, when no confidence is left in the leadership, well, that means that if we continue to follow the social experiments started in the United Kingdom and in Europe, we will not be able to stop the consequences of that social experiment as quickly as England might be about to do. Not only will Keir Starmer not make it through the year, as I predicted earlier about 2 months ago on this program, not only will he not make it through the summer, as we see that The Guardian is speaking about, it is expected that Keir Starmer will not make it past Monday. It is expected he will resign on Monday, and I don't know of anyone who is upset about that, even within his own party. No one is upset. So I think that's important, and how America's relationship will change is a very interesting question. This is also from The Guardian. We know that the foreign secretary was the one who was speaking with Keir Starmer. We know that he has no confidence whatsoever. And so there is just, again, the assumption at this time, Keir Starmer will be out. He will be replaced by Andy Burnham, who's also a leftist progressive. Obviously, the Labour Party is essentially the DSA in the America. The equivalent, I would say, the Labor Party isn't the Democratic Party of America. It's the fringe, the Democratic Socialists of America would be the equivalent of the Labor Party in England at this time. And Annie Burnham is still a progressive socialist by American standards, and he will be replacing Keir Starmer. So the change won't be so much in policy as it will be more so in personality and the relationship, the potential relationship between the United States and our greatest ally. We will see. It will be interesting. This could affect economics, trade between the United States and our ally, and therefore in Europe as well. It is a story that is of interest. My prediction is that Keir Starmer doesn't make it past Monday. The parliament is already there. No question that there is a vote of no confidence waiting for Keir Starmer. There is no question that Keir Starmer's party, the Labour Party, have given up on Keir Starmer. He's an ineffective, inefficient leader who is lost the public as well. The public has no faith in him or his party at this time. And so until the next election, this is the most change that we can expect to see. It will be very interesting. It will be very, very interesting. But since we're talking about some of the international actions, I will mention that Iran is pissed off right now at the United States because their team was was only allowed to enter into the United States 24 hours ago. I meant to mention this when I was talking about the World Cup, that they are in Mexico, in Tijuana, and they are only allowed in 24 hours before the actual match because, well, Iran's a terrible country, the leadership. And so they have massive restrictions. I agree with that. Iran is upset. I don't care. But that being said, I wanted to get into the latest breaking news. But before I do that, I do see that there is a comment. And by the way, folks, I look forward to your comments. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Rumble. Please leave your comments, SuperChat, RumbleRant. I will be able to see the comments a little bit faster, and I will be able to respond to them faster. Please do leave your comments. I value your opinion, whether you agree or disagree with anything I'm speaking about. If you think I have left out something of critical importance, let me know. I will address it. I will address your questions. I'm happy to do so. Even if you disagree with me, even if you disagree, as long as you pose your questions respectfully, you'll be treated with the greatest amount of respect, even if you disagree. You tell me that I'm old or I'm stupid or something, and you won't like the response that you'll get. All right, that being said, we did get a comment here from Chuck, who's also watching the show. He says, "Hi, Mike. Doing some stuff around the house. Will listen when not working. Have a great show." We do have several people that I know of who listen to the show. Sometimes they comment, like Alabama Barbie, who's actually at this moment helping to serve the public, to help the homeless and those that have difficulties in their life. He's in a church right now, and he's making food to give away. And so I know he listens to the program. I know Chuck also listens to the program. By the way, Chuck from Long Island is actually Charles Guaria, the opinion guy. And every Monday at 7 p.m., I join Chuck and Joe Hanush and John Navarra in a panel roundtable talking about politics in Florida, New York, and the United States, sometimes international, and have more regional discussion about regional politics. And it's very interesting. It's a great conversation. We have a libertarian, a Democrat, an independent, and me, your host, as the conservative Republican on the panel. So we have different viewpoints from the major ideologies here in the United States. It's a wonderful show. I do invite you to check it out Monday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is going to be simulcast on my channel, but you can also go to the opinion guy, Charles Guaria, and see his channel directly as well. So thank you, Charles, for mentioning that. I'm so glad that people are watching. So I wanted to get to Lindsey Graham. So this is from today. It is breaking news. Came out just a little while ago at about 12:30, about 2 hours ago. So for those who are unaware, at this moment, Iran has broken the ceasefire. They have broken the memorandum of understanding. They have broken the deal with the United States, which I'm not that upset about, to be fair, because I think the 14-point plan was absolutely abominable. It was a failure. It was biased against the United States. It was basically everything that Iran had wanted, essentially. And it reflected more of what the Democrats in the United States wanted rather than what is in the best interest of the United States, which generally I would say Donald Trump was trying to do. That's what he was trying to achieve with this conflict. But that being said, today, Lindsey Graham has responded. Now, the thing that Iran is upset about is Lebanon. See, Lebanon, and more specifically, the Hezbollah terrorist organization, which is fighting for control of Lebanon, and the Hezbollah are one of 3 terrorist organizations that try to attack and kill Israel, as well as Americans, as well as pretty much anyone in the world, any nation, any individual, any citizen of any country in the world that does not believe in their religious fanaticism exactly. So if you could be a Muslim and not believe that women should be barefoot and pregnant in a kitchen, incapable of reading or working, well, then Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, and Iran will want to kill you. And they try to. Doesn't matter where you are in the world. That is their belief. If you're gay, if you're LGB, the entire alphabet, rainbows, and all of that, you think you're a toaster, then Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, and Iran want to kill you. If you support someone or support that someone could be LGB, that they could be part of the alphabet, all of that, then the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and Iran want to kill you. Period. Full stop. They don't care about whether you're on the left or you're on the right. They don't care if you're a liberal, a progressive, a socialist. They will kill you because they don't believe in that. The way that Iran and the terrorists that it controls deal with individuals with alternative sexual preferences or alternative identities is they throw them off of buildings. They burn them alive. They stone them to death. So there you go. So Iran is upset that Hezbollah has been attacking Israel. Israel has been defending itself from Hezbollah. That is a conflict between Hezbollah out of Lebanon and Israel itself. Whether you like Israel or not is immaterial to this. Has nothing to do with it. I don't care if you like Israel. I don't care if you don't like Israel. That is not relevant to the question at hand. Hezbollah is a terrorist, internationally recognized terrorist organization. They are trying to kill Israelis. Israel is defending its population against Hezbollah. Whether you think that's appropriate or not, whether you think they are heavy-handed or not, doesn't matter. That's immaterial. So that is an issue that has nothing to do with Iran directly. It has nothing to do with the United States or the United States conflict with Iran. This is a puppet terrorist organization run by Iran, the IRGC, but it has nothing to do with the United States or the United States conflict with Iran itself. But yet, Iran wants the United States to control Israel and allow Hezbollah, the terrorists, to continue to kill Israeli people. I'm sorry, no way. There's no way that Israel will ever agree to that, and they shouldn't. And there's no reason for the United States to be involved in that. But Iran is forcing America's hand. And because Israel is defending itself from a known internationally recognized terrorist organization, well, then America is somehow at fault. And so the IRGC want to attack. And again, I've spoken about this a couple of times, and I've proven this last week. There are two factions of government in Iran at this time. There is the Ayatollah and the mullahs, which are more ceremonial at this time than actually governmental powers. Think of them like the monarchy in the United Kingdom, like the king. He has more ceremonial power and status than he does effectively control over the government, although he does have governmental power, but it is more ceremonial than it is functional. And I believe at this time, during this, since the end of the second Ayatollah and the instatement of the third Ayatollah and replacement of many of the mullahs, the IRGC is effectively having a coup against the main body of the government. They are trying to take control. They are hardline terrorist supporters. They are hardliners, and they are separate of the main official government of Iran. And they have been pushing to wage war against the United States to the end because they believe militarily they will win. They theologically believe that they have the upper hand and that God will give them a win. Now, they have also been fighting politically because they are aware that the United States is divided. The left, Democrats, progressives, socialists, the institutions of colleges are supporting Iran over the United States, which is treasonous and it's stupid, makes no sense, but they are supporting that. And they know this, and this is an election year. And they know that if Democrats win the midterm elections, whether it's just the House or if it's the House and the Senate in some insane manner, then that means that the legs would be cut out under the Trump administration. Donald Trump would be a lame duck president since he cannot run again in 2028. Effectively, the entire Trump administration would be nullified. They would not have any power with a Democratic House and or Senate to be able to get anything done going forward. All of the policy initiatives would stop. And that would hand a victory to Iran because, as Obama had done, and as we saw Biden had done, they were willing to give billions upon billions of dollars and more. Every request that Iran had ever made, they were willing to fulfill just for Iran to play nice, which allowed Iran indirectly. The Obama administration allowed Iran to build to enrich uranium to 60% in their attempt to get a nuclear material and to build ICBMs that are capable of reaching London and all of Europe. That would not have been possible without the Iran nuclear deal from the Obama administration. Couldn't be done. Plus, the funding of global terror to Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah would not have existed without the support of the Obama administration. That's just a fact. And that was further bolstered by the Biden administration. That's just a fact. That's exactly what happened. I will get into the 14-point memorandum in a moment, but I'm trying to make sure that you're aware of the entire circumstance that we're dealing with. So, that being understood, the ceasefire is ending. We see that the Strait of Hormuz, which had opened up, several dozen, if not 100 ships, had gotten through the Strait of Hormuz in just the last couple of days. That is now being closed down again by Iran to, again, hold the world hostage by holding off 20% of all the oil in the world. This is most negatively affecting third world nations. This is affecting Africa, Southeast Asia, China. It is affecting them the most. It may mean higher prices for many countries in the world, but for most of the third world nations, especially in Africa, Southeast Asia, it means life and death. And therefore, Iran is holding, God, hundreds of millions, if not billions of individuals at, they're strangling them to death, effectively. So they're closing the port because Israel's defending itself. Lindsey Graham today came out with a statement that he wants to see the United States try a diplomatic answer. Now, I think this is kind of funny because Lindsey Graham is more than aware that a diplomatic solution with Iran is a failed process, that it won't work. We already had a diplomatic solution that heavily favored Iran, and Iran wants more. Iran is like most progressives, like most socialists. There's never enough. They want more because their ultimate goal is that America disappears off the face of the earth, as does Israel, as does Europe. They want them eliminated. So anything that is short of that doesn't serve the goals of Iran and the IRGC. So they're going to push for everything they can get. And then once they get it, they'll ask for more. And that's what we see happening at this moment. And this is why Lindsey Graham is saying, yeah, we can try diplomacy, but I don't think it's going to work. And at this moment, J.D. Vance, Vice President J.D. Vance, is in Switzerland with a team of experts to negotiate with Iran on the Memorandum of Understanding, the 60-day process to get further guarantees about the nuclear material that is in Iran, the 60% enriched uranium, to try and create a structure to denuclearize Iran, to minimize the production of ICBMs and missiles that could reach Europe at this time, shortly to be able to reach the United States, to bring down, to ratchet down the terror support throughout the world for groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. That's what J.D. Vance is there trying to do right now. I don't think that will succeed. I do not think that's possible to succeed. I think Senator Lindsey Graham is correct when he says that we can try the diplomacy, but it's not going to work because the IRGC wants America to disappear from the face of the earth. They want Israel and Europe to disappear from the face of the earth. And anything short of that is not enough. So they will continue to push and try to politically win every battle that they can, even though they know militarily they cannot win. The only thing militarily they can do is hold the world's oil hostage. That's it. And the United States can and likely will end that threat in this next round. And I'm actually somewhat glad this is happening. I'm not glad that the conflict is about to expand, which is what I believe will happen. I'm not happy that this will cost lives. Tens of thousands of Iranian soldiers, but also several hundred Americans, most likely. I'm not happy about that. I do not want to see Americans die. I do not want to see civilians, especially Iranian civilians. I don't want to see them die. But one of the biggest objectives has been and must continue to be regime change in Iran. And without that, the IRGC will always come back and attempt further terrorism on the world. More hostages, more terror attacks, more attacks by Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah. It will never end. So, that being said, I think that Lindsey Graham is correct. We can try the diplomatic solution. I do not think it will work. He states that he believes it will fail. He was mentioning this on Face the Nation today. Vice President J.D. Vance is with U.S. negotiators at this time in Switzerland. I'm sorry, I said Sweden. It's in Switzerland as we are speaking, and they are in the process of making the negotiations. But I think that process will stop by tomorrow if the Strait of Hormuz is not reopened. There is the potential that the strait will reopen tomorrow. And that has nothing to do with J.D. Vance. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It has nothing to do with Hezbollah or Israel. It's because of the IRGC. And the fact that the IRGC isn't the official government of Iran. The Ayatollah and the mullahs are. And they have different opinions. They have different objectives at this moment. The end point is the same for both of them. But the process to get to that end point, which is the elimination of everyone that doesn't believe what the Ayatollah believes, that doesn't believe in Islam the way that the IRGC does, that's the only difference between them. They want everyone gone. They just have different paths they want to take to get that done. So I agree with Lindsey Graham, and I think that we will see in the next 24 hours that J.D. Vance will have to admit this is a failure. The goal right now is to get a ceasefire, to get an understanding, to get Saudi Arabia to join in the Abraham Accords, to expand the Abraham Accords throughout the entire Middle East, or at least with most of the Sunni nations, which Iran is Shia, just like Pakistan. One of the reasons why Iran hates its neighbors and has been trying to kill civilians in the Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Oman, Syria, a few other places, is because they have different beliefs about Islam. And as I said, anyone who doesn't believe what Iran believes, well, they're willing to kill them. So that's the problem. I do not believe that we are going to see this, the result, the ideal that is being stated. And the fact that $300 billion is being offered to Iran to rebuild, it's not going to happen. And it shouldn't happen because there's no benefit to it. So I'm trying to make sure that you guys understand all this. Now, part of that is, and we spoke about this in more detail during the middle of the week on Wednesday, the 14-point deal is a complete failure. Links to everything I'm speaking about will be available to everyone so that you can read it for yourself to go through it in time. But in particular, one of the examples here is item 6, which stands out as one of the objections. I have many objections on each and every one of these points, but in particular, in item 6, the United States of America undertakes with regional partners, that would be Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Oman, many of those smaller nations, Kuwait and others, with regional partners to develop a definitive, mutually agreed upon plan with at least $300 billion for the reconstruction and development of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The mechanism for the implementation of this plan will be finalized as part of the deal within 60 days, which J.D. Vance is working on right now. All required licenses, waivers, and permissions needed for the relevant final financial transactions will be granted by the United States. They want the United States to guarantee, think of it as a loan. A lot of people look at this and they go, well, I'm not sure what that means. Does that mean the United States is giving $300 billion to Iran, like what we saw with Barack Obama? And this is, besides the sanctions, this is $300 billion essentially in cash. And then there is the additional money that would be freed up because of sanctions relief in reducing the sanctions against Iran for the last 50 years, roughly. That would make it even more. That would raise up the total to about $600 billion. These are huge numbers. That's not the case. The United States this isn't a loan like you would go into a bank. The United States is not willing to put up the collateral and to guarantee, like a student loan, where the United States government says, we will guarantee and we will pay for this student loan. Now, the student is still responsible for the loan, and the student has to make that payment. And if they don't, the United States will pay that loan for them. And eventually the United States will seek to get that money back. But it's not like that. Instead, this is being touted at this time. It seems to be touted by J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, as investment in Iran, to rebuild Iran. And it is the cash equivalent of $300 billion is what's being invested. That's being invested by Saudi Arabia, by all of the neighbors of Iran, to rebuild that nation. That isn't what Iran wants, but that is what the terms say. To rebuild their nation, to rebuild their infrastructure. Actually, it's not to rebuild their infrastructure. It is to modernize Iran, to modernize their industrial capability so that they can more efficiently commit acts of treason. They want a better electric grid, not because the United States knocked out part of their electric grid, but because a better electric grid helps them to build better factories to create drones and missiles. That's why they want the money. They want to be able to build more factories, not so that they can have better commerce with the world, but so that they can build better and more drones and missiles that they can give to Russia to fight in Ukraine, so that they can use it by Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis to attack Israel and to eventually attack Europe and the United States. That's why they want this. We are rebuilding the infrastructure of Iran, making it more capable of committing more acts of terror with bigger weapons of war. This is a terrible deal. Terrible deal. And this is what we see that Lindsey Graham is speaking about. This is something that is a major problem. The good news is now, as the IRGC puts more political pressure on the United States, threatening Republicans with losses in the midterm elections, they're basically cutting off their own foot. They are, by trying to ask for even more, thinking that Republicans are just like Democrats and that they will roll over and they will give whatever Iran asks for, because Republicans want to maintain power, just like Democrats do. Not as blind ambition, but still, Republicans want to maintain power. And this is the opportunity for Iran. Republicans are vulnerable at this moment. Democrats are greedy at this moment. Democrats are willing to make any deal so that they can get power back. Republicans are fighting to maintain it. So Iran is trying to play one side of the American political government against the other to get the maximum gain they can. That's why they're putting pressure on Israel. That's why they're putting pressure on Donald Trump. That's why they're continuing to use the Strait of Hormuz as a stranglehold against the world. It is so that they can get all of this money, so they can commit bigger and more often terrorism around the world. That is the consequence. And I think it's kind of striking when we think about it. Now, I got a comment here, which comes from Destroyer. And again, folks, anyone disagrees, if I'm trying to be as clear as I can, I'm taking my time to explain this to you, to give you the details, to make it make sense, because CNN, MS Now, or whatever the hell they call themselves, ABC, CBS, they don't want to explain to you. They just want to say, Orange Man bad, vote Democrat, and this will go away. That's what they're essentially, in the simple, it's a bit of an oversimplification, but the Democrats are basically saying, give power to Democrats, and this will go away. This will no longer be a problem, and prices will fall, and you'll live a great life. That's not the truth. That's not the consequence of this. The true consequence is greater terrorism, greater instability in the world. The true thing is that there will be a higher cost over time, not just today, but over the next 5 years. More Americans will die, more Israelis, more Europeans will die. This war will not end because Democrats will, the next phase of this war, which would take place in 3 to 5 years, would be funded, and Iran will be in a stronger position and more capable to defend its stranglehold on oil and the world. They will be more ready to attack the United States, Europe, Israel, and it will mean more lives dead than if we deal with it right now. But that's the politics of it. Again, let me go to the comments. So the comment from Destroyer says, how long do you think it will take for the world to live without Iranian oil? We already do. The answer to your question, Destroyer, is we already do. The question isn't as much, do we need that oil? We do to an extent, but it's a question of the cost. That's the bigger thing. And I should clarify, there's a difference between first world nations and third world nations. So in terms of the first world nations, it's really a question of price. There will be less quantity available for the United States or say Europe, which means that the price of oil will go up. But the United States has other alternatives: natural gas, our own oil, and our own oil reserves. And we have enough capability just within natural gas and oil within the United States itself that we could maintain our quality of life without any interruption and minor fluctuation in prices in terms of oil and gas. It will be a little bit more expensive, but not as expensive, mostly because in the United States, we don't refine oil. Most of the refining of oil takes place in other countries outside the United States. We have, I believe it's 3 or is it 6? I forget at the moment. It's either 3 or 6 oil refineries. I know at least one recently shut down. So actually it would be about 3 or 5 refineries in the United States, which is not enough to maintain the quality of life and the prices that most Americans are comfortable with. But again, prices in the United States are lower than almost everywhere else in the world because we have other resources. Plus, and then there's also that small portion that comes from renewable energy, which is ridiculous. That's solar, wind, geothermal, which is negligible. And more importantly, the United States also has nuclear facilities, which we should be expanding, but we have nuclear facilities as well. So we have a mix existing of multiple energy sources that we use in the United States, which is one of the reasons why energy costs in the United States is relatively lower than most of the rest of the world. So whether or not we have Iranian oil doesn't matter. We weren't buying Iranian oil in the first place. But it does make a significant difference to China, to sub-Saharan Africa, Southeast Asia, that would be Micronesia, Laos, Thailand, the Philippines, Japan, Australia. They are most affected, and to some extent also Europe. But they're the countries that are most affected by this. So second and third world nations are more affected by Iranian oil than the United States and most of Europe. So we don't see a big change. Yeah, the price of oil would probably go to somewhere around $4.50 to $6, depending on any given day, depending on the taxes in which state you're in. Somewhere around, on average, $4.50 to $6 a gallon of gas is what most Americans would experience without the Iranian oil. And there may be on any given day a little bit more or less of a shortage, depending on how much of the refined oil is getting back to the United States from overseas because we don't have enough refineries. This is part of why we have tariffs, so that the United States would be less dependent on foreign oil refineries and to have them here in the United States instead. It is cost intensive, but if we were to build more refineries, well, then we're less dependent on other countries and the waiting time to ship the oil, to get it processed, and then to have it enter into the United States. It would reduce the overall total cost and the time to deliver. So the supply would be less fluctuating and less dependent on foreign actions, foreign intervention, wars, whatever else. It would be less dependent on that. So that's part of the reason why we have tariffs, so that we can make America more self-sufficient. That takes a 5 to 10 year process. It doesn't happen overnight. And everyone who thought, well, tariffs will equal overnight changes, it doesn't. It's a 5 to 10 year process. That's the reason why tariffs exist. So again, the United States, not that affected. But if you're talking about a place like Cameroon, if you're talking about Mozambique, if you're talking about Thailand, these are all countries that are going to be significantly more affected. And because there's less oil available, the price, again, is up higher, but they pay a significantly higher price because they have fewer alternatives. They are far more dependent on the oil. They don't have the multiple nuclear power plants. They don't have their own shale or natural gas or oil deposits that they can readily tap into. They don't have other options. Wind, solar, geothermal don't really work, and they don't work in those countries. So they don't have those options. So every time the price goes up, and prices for other parts of the world, you're talking about $10, $15 per gallon, maybe even more, depending on where you are in the world. And these are poorer nations on top of that. So not only is it more expensive, they have less money to pay in the first place. That really makes a devastating hit on their economies. So they have scarcity and they have higher expense. It creates a big problem. So to answer your question, and I hope I'm answering it in fullness for you, is it a big deal to the United States? No. Is it a big deal to the third world nations and some of the second world nations? Yes. It would represent, I've seen estimates somewhere around a 15% increase in the cost of pretty much everything for third world nations. Second and third world nations would see that across the board, everything would be about 15% more expensive, if not 15 to 25% more expensive than what they are right now. I hope that answers your question, Destroyer. So yes, we can live without it, and that's the consequence. And that's why the United States is very different than every other country. Very different, very unique, which is why we don't have the same pressure and the same concern as every other country in the world. I hope that explains it to you. I try to make sure that these things are clear. I know there's a lot of information here, and it wouldn't be so overwhelming except the mainstream news media never bothered to tell you about this. They've been hiding this information to you for decades. They have not informed the American people because they rather tell you how to feel and how to react to it rather than to give you the information and then let you make decisions for yourself. The mainstream media, like the Democratic Party, do not believe you are intelligent enough to make a decision for yourself. They want to make the decisions for you, and you will simply comply with the decision they have made. I have a very different opinion. I want you to be informed so that you can make whatever you believe is the best decision for yourself. I don't want to make the decision for you. And that's why I'm also providing you with the sources, and I'm showing you the articles so that you can look into it to whatever your heart's desire is, whatever you think is enough information so that you can make whatever decision you think is the best decision. And I'm telling you the consequences. You may disagree with that, but now you have a point of view to work off of, rather than being told you do this because it's good. That's what Democrats say. Orange man bad, so you oppose him. But what's the consequence? Well, don't worry about the consequence. Orange man bad, vote Democrat, and we'll end this. But what's the consequence? They don't want to talk about that. I do, because the consequence tells you whether or not it's a good decision. It's not simply orange man bad, vote Democrat. That's not an answer. That's a feeling. That's an emotional manipulation. That doesn't help you. In 5 years, your life could be significantly worse off. Why? They didn't tell you how they're going to fix anything. They didn't tell you how they're going to improve anything. They didn't tell you that the process, the programs, the policies being initiated by orange man bad, Republicans, MAGA, whatever you want to call it, they didn't say that they were wrong. They didn't say they were bad. They just said, don't do it, because that would empower someone other than Democrats. That would give power to people that aren't the opposition. And that's simply it. They just want power. That's why they don't have a solution. They don't have an answer for you. They'll say, well, we'll go with solar. Solar doesn't work. The world has been working on solar energy for 80 years. We still do not have an effective, efficient answer for solar power. We don't. It doesn't work. And we see that. It's been tried in California, New York, across the United States, across the world. It's not effective. We've tried wind. We've tried combinations of wind and solar. It isn't effective. It doesn't work. One day in the future, could it become effective? Maybe. But we've been working on this. We've been working on solar by itself for 80 years. And that isn't effective. We've been working on wind energy for 15 to 20 years. So even if it's the answer, it hasn't gotten far enough to get close to the answer. It's just ridiculous when you think about it. And they forget to mention to you that even if you could theoretically fix it with wind and solar, well, two big problems. One, we don't have batteries, a way to store the electricity, because wind and solar are not consistent. And so when you have excess energy being made, you need to store that for when you don't have that excess, which is most of the time. So you have to have batteries to store it. We don't have effective batteries. The second problem with that, we don't have effective transmission lines. The electric grid in the United States is about 4 decades old, too old. It's out of use. It is antique, and it needs to be rebuilt, something that will cost about $7 trillion. Conservatively, the estimate is $7 trillion. The range goes as high as about $12 trillion. That is a ridiculously high amount. Imagine that is the GDP, that's the budget of the United States for 3 years. If we spent nothing, if we spent money on absolutely nothing else but replacing the electric grid, it would take every dime that the United States government spends for 3 years to rebuild the electric grid in the United States, assuming no complications and no delays. It would take 3 years of everything. We wouldn't be able to pay for schools. We wouldn't be able to pay for defense. We wouldn't be able to pay for any of the special programs that are out there. Nothing else would be paid for. Food stamps, nothing gets paid for except for the electric grid. And it would still take 3 years and 3 years of payments from the federal government. And it would take somewhere around, given the rate of construction and capabilities of the United States government, somewhere around 15 to 20 years. 15 to 20 years with 3 years of absolutely nothing else being paid for. And every year the price goes higher. It's ridiculous. No one wants to tell you these things because they're complicated, because they're involved. because it takes more than 30 seconds. Because you deserve to know, and you have to then make a decision once you've been told. You can't go back to just hold your head down and just comply. Now you have to do something. You either agree or you disagree, but you're responsible. You have a responsibility in this because now you know. That means you vote for someone or you don't vote for someone as a consequence. You donate to someone or you don't donate to someone as a consequence. Whoever that person may be is up to you. That's your choice to make. But now it is your responsibility to be involved, to push forward an agenda that you believe is going to result in the best outcome for the United States and the world. That's why I take my time with this. And I know it's not the most popular thing, but it is one of the most important things. And I value you. Unlike MSNBC, that they don't value you. They're telling you what to think. They have an agenda. They have a partisan goal. So does CNN, ABC, CBS, Huffington Post. They have an agenda. I don't. I would like you to vote Republican. I think you should vote Republican. I'm not going to tell you that you have to. I'm telling you, be informed, make up your own mind. I've already made up my mind. Anyway, going on. And again, if anyone disputes it, disagrees, let me know. Iran accuses the United States, Israel, of ceasefire violations, will close the Strait of Hormuz. Again, this is the news from today. This is being reported by USA Today. The United States has nothing to do with this. The United States didn't break the treaty. The United States is not involved in this, but they want you to think that we are. This is because of Hezbollah knowing that they are being protected by Iran, that they are being propped up and supported by Iran. Iran is trying to make America complicit in the terrorism of Hezbollah. They are trying to make the United States a backer of global terrorism, just like they did with the Obama nuclear deal, to get the United States to fund global terrorism, to enable Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas in terrorism on a global scale. So, Israel's defending itself, whether you agree with it or not, different question, but they're defending themselves, and Iran is holding America at fault. What does it say here? Iran will once again close the Strait of Hormuz due to what the country's leaders, and this is an interesting point, who are the leaders of Iran? The country's leaders called an ongoing violation of the ceasefire, restricting the key waterway, which is crucial to the world's oil supply, has become one of the main points of negotiation in the war, and comes amid Israeli strikes in Lebanon, which were in response to Hezbollah's strikes against Israel. According to Iran's top military command, Qatam Central Headquarters, Lebanese Civil Defense, the country's public energy emergency medical service, and they said that 16 people had died. This is in response to an attack by Hezbollah against Israel, because they know that Israel is being told by Iran and the United States, don't do anything, don't fight back. And Israel saying, but we're being attacked. Yes. And Iran is saying, but part of the deal is you can't fight back. You have to let Hezbollah take over the government of Lebanon, and you have to let them attack Israel, and you cannot fight back. Because if you do fight back, well, that breaks the deal, and then Iran shuts down the oil for 20% of the world. Does that sound fair to you? Does that sound fair to anyone? That this is a boondoggle of the highest order. This is a setup, and its only purpose is to enable more terrorism in the world. It's a terrible deal. Terrible deal. Let me move on. So, as a response to all of this, President Trump earlier today, in looking at the threat by the IRGC to close the Strait of Hormuz, President Trump said, if they do that, that the United States will restart the war. We will double down, we will destroy Iran, and we will take the Strait of Hormuz by force. This is also something that was addressed by Lindsey Graham, that the Trump administration, if we are faced again with the Strait of Hormuz being closed by the IRGC, because they want to violate this terms, they think that they can blackmail the United States for even more than what they've already agreed to, that the political war is so much in the advantage of Iran that they can try and get more, that at that point, it doesn't matter. Donald Trump will just step in using American forces and open up the strait, take it over completely. And we will, quote unquote, obliterate Iran. Now, some people, the left, will go crazy. He's going to obliterate the nation. That's genocide. No, it's not. Okay? Let's remember that there is context here, that these are terms that are, you have to understand the context of it. Yes, we are fighting a war, a conflict, and we want to obliterate our enemy and the ability of our enemy to continue to fight. Okay, that doesn't mean we're going to obliterate the Iranian people. That is the misstatement, misunderstanding, the miscommunication that the left is relying on to make it sound like we're being genocidal when we're not. We're just trying to win a military conflict. And this is how you win it. You obliterate your enemy's ability and willingness to continue to fight. It's like straight out of the Marine Corps, the mission of the Marine Corps, to seek out the enemy through superior maneuver and firepower and to remove their willingness and ability to continue to fight. That's an almost perfect quote of the Marine Corps mission. You find the enemy, you remove the enemy's ability and willingness to continue to fight. That means you maim them, you kill them, you deny them the opportunity to continue to fight, destroy their weapons. That's true for the Marine Corps. That's true for the United States. That's true for this conflict. And rather than go back and forth with Iran trying to continuously put a stranglehold on third and second world nations around the world, just open it up. And I think the United States should have done that already. But that will mean, and please understand, I do understand the consequence, you should as well. If we open up the Strait of Hormuz by force, it will require Americans to die. Americans will die. There's no way around that. And we're talking about hundreds of Americans, not 5 or 10. We're talking about hundreds. Not that America won't win. We will. We can effectively, easily take the Strait of Hormuz. And we will suffer long-term, repeat terrorist actions and military actions that will take out dozens of Americans at a time because of drones, because of missiles, because of terror attacks and regular military attacks. We will be under fire for occupying the Karg Island, as an example, and other locations to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Our ships will be attacked. There will be mines. There will be drones that will be attacking our ships and our planes. There will be injuries. Americans will die in the tens and then the hundreds. That is a fact. There is no other way around that. Will we take the Strait of Hormuz? Absolutely. Will we make it safe for most vehicles, most vessels to get through? Yeah, with about 80, 90% confidence, yeah. Occasionally, some of the ships will be struck. Occasionally, some of them will sink. But overwhelmingly, 80, 90% of them will get through without incident. That's true. It will cost American lives. It will cost American manpower. It It will take our technology. It will take our ammunition. It will be expensive. It will be costly. Not in a dollar sense, but in a totality sense, in terms of our people and our goodwill and our generosity. It will cost the American society as well as the American people, and then it will affect the American economy in that order. And a lot of people aren't thinking it that way. But can we win? Absolutely. We've already done it once. We can do it again. That's not a question. Our military absolutely will dominate. It's the ongoing cost, the ongoing upkeep cost of American lives, of our military equipment, of our personnel, our ammunition, our supplies. That's the cost. Now, to answer that part, and I believe this was answered by Graham, Senator Lindsey Graham. I believe he also mentioned in this, where was it? Before I thought the money was, oh no. No, that wasn't it. Oh God, where was it? There is an article. There it is. Okay, and this is from the BBC, which most people may not have heard about. Part of the deal, according to the 14-point memorandum, is that Iran will not charge a toll for ships going through the Strait of Hormuz while it's open. But it is implied by that deal, and part of the negotiation, the 60-day ceasefire negotiation of the Memorandum of Understanding, is to finalize and confirm that Iran will not charge a toll. This would be a huge moneymaker. And Iran would be able to fund global terrorism on levels never seen before if they are able to charge ships a toll for going through the Strait of Hormuz. It is an enormous moneymaker. No nation should have that capability. None. This isn't like the Panama Canal, which is artificial, and there are alternatives. The Strait of Hormuz is not. That is natural, and there is no alternative. So there's a big difference between the two. And I often hear people on the left often try to equate it to the Panama Canal. You don't have to use the Panama Canal. That is a man-made creation, and you do pay for using it because it is man-made, and it is a time-saving device. The Strait of Hormuz is natural, and there is no alternative. As opposed to Panama Canal, there is an alternative. Go the long way around. You don't have to pay to save the time. You can just go the long way around. You can't get around the Strait of Hormuz. It's not an option. It's physically not possible. Therefore, it's very different. And that's why straits like Hormuz are not tolls and why they are open waterways around the world. No one pays for trying to cross any strait anywhere in the world. So Donald Trump has said no, and this is confirmed by the BBC. Today, Donald Trump said there's going to be no toll during the 60 days. There will be no toll after the 60 days. Iran will not get a recurring stream of money to fund global terrorism that would account to somewhere around $10 million a day at the least. $10 million a day that it would be able to put into a pipeline which would just fund Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas and global terrorism. It would be ridiculous. No, that is not going to happen. Here's the part that I found questionable, and the part that people should be talking about. If the United States must go back in to open the Strait of Hormuz by force, which has not been supported by the United Kingdom, because of Keir Starmer. It hasn't been supported. Our conflict so far really has not been supported by the European Union. They're happy that we are having this conflict. They're happy that there will be less drones and less missiles going into Russia to fight against the Ukraine. There's less of a threat on Europe from that front. They're happy that because of the fight with the United States, there is less terrorism in the world and there's less funding going to the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah, and many other smaller terrorist organizations. They're happy for the consequences. They just don't want to have to participate. They don't want to pay for it, and they don't want to have to work for it. They just want to reap the rewards. That's a problem. So if the United States has to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and we're doing so effectively by ourselves, because Europe and many of the Middle Eastern nations aren't helping, and they're not paying for it. So they're not physically helping us. They're not economically helping us. Well, Donald Trump has said, yeah, we'll open the Strait of Hormuz, but then you are going to pay us a fee. We're going to get repaid for opening the Strait of Hormuz by force, and we will charge a fee. Now, that means America would have a toll, and that violates my own statement, something that I believe. No strait, no naturally occurring waterway, which has no alternative, should ever have a toll. That means for Iran. That also means for the United States. And on this point, I disagree with Donald Trump. I agree there should be no toll ever. Not for Iran, not for the United States either. We can get repayment from every country that needs the oil, that needs to get through the Strait of Hormuz. There are other ways that we can receive repayment, but not the toll itself for just going through there. If we're going to open up the Strait of Hormuz, we do this because the United States is doing the right thing long term. This is a benefit to the United States and the rest of the world. It lowers prices globally for oil, which is good for the United States. It allows for more business, which is good for the United States. Other countries owe us a favor, which is good for the United States. And we can work on economic deals so that other countries will repay us for the effort that we have done economically, which is good for the United States long term. But to charge a fee is a long-term detriment. Countries will be, it's like when you pay your taxes. No one likes paying taxes. No one likes paying for toll bridges or toll roads. Nobody wants to pay a toll highway. No, that's here in the United States. That's anywhere in the world. Everyone resents that. And that creates opportunities for our enemies to take advantage of. It's bad for everyone. I understand why Donald Trump is saying this. We need compensation. If we're going to have our soldiers die, if we're going to commit our ships and our planes and our equipment to clearing the Strait of Hormuz, which we can do, and we're doing this by ourselves because all of the other countries just want to reap the benefit without putting in the effort, well, then the United States should get something for that. If they won't physically be involved, then they should economically be benefiting us because they're reaping the benefit economically of our effort. Again, the United States doesn't need Iranian oil. We can live without it. The prices will go up globally far less in the United States than anywhere else in the world. We have alternatives. It will take 3 to 5 years to make those alternatives more effective, but we can do it. The rest of the world can't. So we're helping them more than it's helping us. It is a convenience for us. It is something that is a matter of comfort for us. It is a necessity for the rest of the world. There is a massive difference between the two. So I don't think Trump is wrong to request that the United States gets reimbursed, that we receive payment. But I do believe it is wrong to say, no, you're going to pay us a toll. Maybe it's a lump sum fee. Maybe it is a trade agreement where we have tariffs or discounts on tariffs. Maybe it's something like that, but not a toll per ship kind of payment. That's horrible. I do not want that for Iran. I don't want that for the United States. It sets a precedent for every waterway in the world. Do we have to pay to get through the Gulf of India? Are we going to charge competitors for traveling through the Gulf of America? Are nations going to charge to get through the seven seas, the Indian Ocean? The Red Sea, the Southeast Asia, not the Red Sea, the Chinese South Sea. What we would see, this sets the precedent that major powers, countries that control or have the ability to control maritime naval commerce on waterways, large oceans, or other waterways, it sets the precedent that everyone's going to charge a fee, which will be bad for the global economy. It'll be every strait. It'll be every ocean. What, Europe would be able to collect a fee for every country going into, or rather, to be more specific, Spain and the United Kingdom, which controls Gibraltar, the Rock of Gibraltar, and Spain, they control the opening to the Mediterranean. Does that mean that Spain gets to charge every single ship that goes into the Mediterranean, in and out of the Mediterranean, whether it's oil, commercial, whether it's civilian? Do they get to charge a fine of every single vessel going into and out of the Mediterranean? No, of course not. Of course they don't. But this sets the precedent that they could. And that is a problem. What if you want to go through the channel, the English Channel, and you want to travel through there, which many European northern countries, they got to travel through the channel. That would affect France, England. England would mostly have control of that because England being an island, they make the channel. But you would also have Germany, you would have Poland, you would have France, and part of Spain would be affected by that too. Do they all get to charge a fee for people traveling through the channel? It gets complicated, and it gets complicated quick. And it creates economic instability in the world, in global trade, that will only result in greater war. So to avoid that, we need to avoid charging a fee. Iran cannot charge a fee, nor can any country. But yeah, it would be fine for Trump to say, and you send a bill to Saudi Arabia, send a bill to France, to Cameroon, or to Mozambique, or to Laos, and say, look, or to China, and say, I opened this up. Oil tankers are going to your country. Cargo ships are going to your country. You now have these goods. You didn't help me to open up the Strait of Hormuz, and it cost me a bunch of money. This is your portion of that bill. Pay me. There's nothing wrong with that, but not a toll. There is a difference. I hope that makes sense for people, but maybe it doesn't. So let's take a look at the comments. And in the comments, I see Dow has had 2 comments. Dow says, I would say that after our current level of military action, I believe President Trump is looking to the other Persian Gulf nations to do the ground game, both economically and, if necessarily, militarily. Dow goes on to say, keeping waterways open and international waters economically and ethically is the best option. So let me address the first thing first, and thank you for the comment. By the way, everyone, I'm more than happy to hear your comments as well. But let me address the first thing that was said by Dow. Dow said, again, given the current level of military action, what's happened already, We are looking at, again, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, the UAE, Oman, the nation of Oman, Kuwait. We're looking at these nations and we're saying to them, you're directly involved. We are protecting you as best as we can. Iran is actively trying to kill the civilians in each of those countries and more. Help us. And I think they should. And I think if this escalates, if the IRGC is able to manipulate as they're attempting to do, and they're able to manipulate this, and they're able to push Donald Trump to continue and to escalate the conflict, to more directly involve U.S. troops, I think that Saudi Arabia has to fight. Saudi Arabia doesn't like Iran as is. Iran is Shia and Saudi Arabia is Sunni, as are most of the Middle Eastern countries. They already don't like each other because of their religious beliefs. And Saudi Arabia has already had a war with Iran that lasted about 8 or 10 years? 8 or 10 years. They've already had several conflicts with them. They've already had wars with them. So they know the enemy they're fighting. They have the land connection. It would create at least 2-front war, not including the UAE, which would add another front to the war. Iran would quickly lose if it's the United States and the other Middle Eastern nations. So yes, I do think we should expect them to be involved economically, because the more oil that goes through the Strait of Hormuz, the more money that's made by the Middle Eastern nations. So yeah, it's to their benefit, so they should be involved. And militarily, again, it's in their best interest. It is something that we are doing that helps them long-term as well as short-term. They should have skin in the game. They should be involved. And up to this point, and the thing is, they wanted to. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, the UAE specifically, they both wanted to take action earlier in this conflict. The United States told them not to, because both of those nations and many of the others have long-standing problems with the Ayatollah and the IRGC. They have been victims, and their people have been victims of terrorism coming from Iran, of missiles being fired at their civilians on a regular basis. This has been a problem for a long time. They wanted, but that would have escalated the situation. It would have become bloody, and it would become far more involved. And the United States didn't want to have troops on the ground. So that's why we told them no, and they held back, because they wanted to be involved. They wanted to attack the Kurds from Syria, northeastern Iran. They wanted to sweep in, and they actually tried to sweep into Iran in the northern portion to take over. We stopped them. The United States stopped the Kurds from spilling into Iran from the north, because they wanted to. They wanted to take it over. Iran is playing a very dangerous game. They're playing a very dangerous game. But going into the second point you made, keeping the waterways open, again, this is important because of the precedent around the world. And if any one nation can charge for these natural waterways, again, there is a difference between, we created a canal and we're going to charge for it. You can. That is artificial. That is an option. I have a choice. I can either go around and not use the canal, or I can choose to take the shortcut with the canal. That is a difference, and it is critical. But if we have the natural waterways and everyone's charging for them, the cost becomes astronomical. People will not be able to afford that. That means that people will become hungry. People will starve to death. They will not be able to have the energy that they need to run their countries. That will create desperation, and desperate people will fight to the death. That is a problem. We do not want to see that escalate. We do not want to see that precedent in the world. Will it? Again, it's not going to destroy the U.S. economy. It's not going to destroy the United States as a nation. We can survive all of that. The problem is, it will be our allies, many of them cannot. And that will draw the United States into the conflict. Many other nations will get involved because they cannot survive that process. The United States can. Some of the other first world nations mostly will survive. They can, it'll be difficult for them, more difficult than the United States, but not as bad as third world nations. Third world nations will go to war. They can't survive without it. We got another comment from Dal. He says, many of these Persian Gulf nations are signees of the Abraham Accords. Several of them are. There's still a few that aren't, notably Saudi Arabia. It would make sense to leverage it. This improves the optics if all Abraham Accord nations working in tandem. The IRCG would tank. Well, yes and no. Yes and no. Yes, it would be good if all the Abraham Accord nations were to work together on this. But again, what they have the capability to do is more soldiers on the ground, forces on the ground, which would be an invasion of Iran. That an invasion of Iran would involve more Americans dying than most Americans are comfortable with having die. The American people would balk at that, which means we would not support that war as well as we could, because it would be a political battle within the United States. It would also, if we're invading, if we have American ground troops involved, which would be necessary to maintain the battle, to make sure that it doesn't turn into a rout, just a wholesale slaughter of innocent civilians. To prevent that, the United States would need to be the lead and be involved, and we would be the main force invading, with these supplementary forces coming from the Kurds, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, etc. So to do that, that would require Congress to declare war. That's no longer a military action. That's boots on the ground. That is taking territory from a sovereign nation. That is war. And Trump absolutely had the right, according to the War Powers Act of 1973, according to the UAMF, the Unified Authorization of Military Forces, according to the Constitution, he had the right, even though the Democrats don't like it, he has the right to conduct the conflict as it has been up to this point. The moment that American troops have to put their feet on the ground, that becomes an invasion. An invasion is a declaration of war that requires an act of Congress. And I don't think Trump can get that. I don't think Democrats will do it. Even though in the long term, this is in the best interest of the planet, not just the United States. People are looking at this too narrowly. This is in the best interest of the planet to reduce the greatest sponsor of terror in the world, to reduce the threat, the omnipresent threat of the last 47 years that Iran has promised to wipe out anyone and everyone that does not believe what the Ayatollah believes, starting with the United States, then going to Israel, then going to Europe, and then dealing with everyone else after that. Yeah, that's a problem. And Democrats would not sign on because they would want power. They want to win the next election because wars are unpleasant and unpopular. They've always been unpleasant. They recently have become very, very unpopular. And part of the reason why they've been unpopular is one of the most important things that I've talked about many times. Why did Afghanistan fail? Why did going into Iraq fail? Because the United States did not take what we won. What our soldiers fought over, what they bled over, what some of them died over, we don't own. We should have owned Iraq. We should own Afghanistan. And if we did, we would not be in the same situation we are right now today. Those countries would be far more stable and they would be far more industrialized. And the United States economy would be huge, enormous, and far more successful. We would have 2 more commonwealths to the United States, with raw resources coming into the United States and infrastructure being built in those nations and stability being brought into those nations, both economically and also societally. The people would have access to schools and hospitals, running water, electricity. We would rebuild those nations. Now, there are people who say, but Mike, I don't like that. That's colonizing. It's too bad. Colonizing isn't necessarily a bad thing. People don't like it. It feels unpleasant. They've been told that it's only a negative thing. It's not. That's just not true. That's not the historical record. It's currently unpopular and it's currently viewed negatively. But that's because socialists don't care. They'll say anything that'll get people on their side. They want more power. They don't care. Socialists will, in fact, for the communists out there, the whole point of communism is that it must be global. Communism must spread, and they're willing to spread communism by force. Because according to the communist, the Marxist, at the end of the day, the best thing that they could do is when everyone becomes communist, then it's perfect. And you force people to become communists until everyone's a communist. So they're willing to use force. Do not kid yourself. Progressive, socialists, communists, they're willing to use force to spread their ideas. They just don't publicize it that much. But their ideology requires continuing to spread out and get more and more converts. Otherwise, they fail. If they don't spread like an infection and they don't affect other people, then those policies fail every time. Every time. They can't do anything but fail every time. So to tie this back, and I kind of went into a little bit of a tangent, but if we had to go into, if we brought in the other Abraham Accord nations, this would turn into ground forces and invasion. Democrats will not support that. The American people probably wouldn't support that either without massive justification for it. Therefore, it would never happen. It would be too chaotic. It would be too much of a problem. I hope that makes sense. Again, I'm trying to condense. If you've been following the show for the last, 5 years, out of the last 20 years, we've been talking about political commentary. We've been talking about what's going on overseas. If you've been paying attention to the last 5 years of this show talking about international politics, then I'm sure you've heard me say these things before. If it's the first time, understand this is the condensed version. I'm trying to answer these questions because CNN will never answer it for you. Because ABC and CBS, they're never going to answer this. PBS, they're never going to tell you this because it's not politically advantageous for them to tell you the truth and to understand the true consequences of why we aren't doing certain things and why we can't do certain things. What happens if we do this? Here's the consequence. It's not that I don't want America to get paid for opening up the Strait of Hormuz. It's not that I don't think America should be repaid for opening up the Strait of Hormuz. It's that this sets a precedent if we charge a toll to do so. It sets a precedent, and that creates greater conflict within 5 years around the globe than if we just make an economic deal. If we got paid a check by a country, that would be better than actually having to charge a toll. Keep that in mind, folks. A lot of people are missing that. Let's see. Now, I wanted to go into, where is it? I'll deal with JD Vance in a second. Now, a couple of people have mentioned in the past, Mike, you keep saying that this is the IRGC, but it's Iran. You know, if you're listening to CNN, if you're listening to NBC News, they keep saying, AP, the Associated Press, they keep saying, well, it's the Iranian government. In fact, you just saw me mention CBS was talking about that they were getting information from the Iranian government, the Associated Press, the Guardian. They keep saying that they're getting told by the Islamic news media, the government-controlled news media. Well, they're not being exactly correct. Because as I explained last week about the Enduring Front is part of the IRGC. And they use various government news agencies to spread lies. As an example, this is from Reuters, and I'm going to use this. This came out today in reference to what's going on right now. Iran's Tasnim news agency says Hormuz will not reopen until the Lebanon ceasefire holds. Oil waivers are issued. Now, what's interesting about this? You will hear, and you have heard, most of the mainstream news media will say, well, Iran's government notified the rest of the world. This is their announcement. This is coming from the government. That would assume the Ayatollah, the mullahs, and the internationally recognized government. That's a lie. That's not true. This is the Tasnim news agency. It's not the Iranian government. It's the IRGC. Iran's Tasnim news agency, citing a source close to the negotiating team, reported on Sunday that the Strait of Hormuz would not be reopened as long as a ceasefire in Lebanon was not respected. That is the IRGC protecting its terrorists in Lebanon. That's what this is. What most people aren't thinking about is that Tasnim, and you can look this up yourself, just type it into Google search, and you'll see this for yourself. It is internationally known. The Tasnim news agency is not officially the government news of Iran. And more importantly, they represent the IRCG. This is internationally known. This is not something that is unknown. It is a confirmed bias. We know this. So when you're hearing that, oh, it's going to, and this is why Donald Trump isn't saying that he is going to reopen the Strait of Hormuz by force. He's saying if they have taken this action, which is from the IRGC, then we're going to respond. But we saw that the news, as it was being reported by many agencies, and this was from about 4 hours ago, this was this morning, June 21st, it was the warning coming from the IRGC. They were trying to politically pressure the United States to force Israel to back down, to allow Hezbollah to kill Israelis because of the midterm elections in the United States. That's why they weren't talking about Israel directly. That's why they're talking to the United States. This is about the politics of the 2026 election, and they're playing the Republicans against the Democrats. And they thought that they could get more leverage if they tried this to close the Strait of Hormuz. That comes from the IRGC. This is a terrorist tactic. This is a hostage taker tactic. It's not a government tactic. It's a tactic of terrorism. And that is the IRGC. They use what they know, terrorism tactics. And they're using agencies that look like they are official. They look like they come from the Ayatollah. They look like they come from the official government of Iran, but they don't. They're not the official voice. They aren't the actual government, which is why we get this confusion. As we've mentioned for weeks now, part of the reason why we keep hearing that Donald Trump will say, we've got this deal done. And then you hear Tasnim or other news agencies that look like they are the government of Iran and are in fact the IRGC, they come out immediately and say Donald Trump's wrong because they want Donald Trump to look bad so Democrats win, because Democrats will give Iran everything that they want. So they've tried to do that. And then you'll hear, and we have seen this for the last couple of months, that about 24 hours later, all of a sudden the official message from the Ayatollah, from the recognized government of Iran, will say the exact opposite of what Tasnim has reported, what the IRGC has put out there. So Donald Trump is, the negotiations that are going on with Kushner, with J.D. Vance, they're being done with the formal government, the recognized government. They're not dealing with the IRGC. That's why we get these conflicting messages. And that's why the news media, they're happy not to tell you about this, to make this distinction available for you to understand, because they want Donald Trump to lose. They don't like Donald Trump. They have attacked Donald Trump for 12 years in a row. It is not crazy for anyone to point out there is a massive bias in 80% of the news media in the United States. And that bias is for Democrats and against Orange Man Bad, MAGA, Republicans, and Donald Trump. That's a fact. That is just a real fact of the world. So they don't want to tell you that Tasnim doesn't represent the government of Iran. It represents the IRGC, the terrorist faction of the Iranian government. They're not the same thing. That's like saying the Coast Guard represents the United States. No, they don't. They're part of the United States, a small part that doesn't have a lot of control, doesn't have a lot of power, but they are a military force. But the Coast Guard doesn't speak for the president. They don't speak for the United States. But in Iran, a far more authoritarian, militaristic, terroristic government, well, the IRGC is a massive powerhouse, and they are trying to speak, and sometimes do speak, for the Iranian government itself. That's the difference. This is important stuff. And I know it takes a minute. I can appreciate why people say, but Mike, this is a lot of information. It is. But that's why I've taken 2 hours to explain it. It takes time to understand this so that you can then say, well, does it make sense? Is it worth it to go into the Strait of Hormuz for the United States by ourselves to take it over? Does it make sense? Is it worth it? Well, we can evaluate. Well, many countries would probably also be involved at that point. We would need to receive payment, and we're letting everyone know they're not going to get it for free. They're not just going to be able to sit back and bask in the reward. They're either actively going to have to be involved, or they're going to be paying us for this, not as a fee or as a toll, not as a toll, but they will be making payments. And does that help to reduce the global instability and global rioting and violence in the world? Well, right now, third world nations are starving. Third world nations are out of power right now. We need to open the Strait of Hormuz. Iran doesn't care how many millions, tens of millions of people are dying or in danger of dying because of the way that they are fighting, that they are strangling the world economically and directly. Iran doesn't care. The United States does. So is it in our best interest? Yes. It's actually humanitarian. It's ethical. It is a good thing to do. So this is what we have to work. But do we put troops on the ground? We don't have to. To reopen the Strait of Hormuz, we don't have to invade. But that means that Saudi Arabia and UAE can't be directly involved. The Kurds cannot be directly involved because they will go in with ground forces, which would be an invasion, which requires the United States to lead that invasion, which requires us to declare war. These are the complications. These are the things that we need to be talking to our members of Congress about. These are the things that we need to be sending emails to Chuck Schumer and Kirsten Gillibrand, to our various members of the House of Representatives. These are the things that we need to ask them about, because I guarantee you somewhere around 75% of every member of the House, of every single one of the senators, has no idea. They have never heard this. They've never thought about this. They don't even recognize that the IRGC is acting independently, for the most part, from the government of Iran, and that there is evidence of that has been reported to them as mainstream news media like CNN, like the Associated Press, replying to them and saying, well, it's Iran's government agency, when it isn't. Most of them, people always like to say, well, Congress, they're so smart. They know all about this stuff. No, they don't. The majority of people in Congress are idiots. I don't say this to be demeaning. I'm not saying this to be mean. I'm telling you the truth. I've met many members of Congress, both parties. I've covered them at town halls. I've talked to them and their teams directly. I've interviewed them and talked to them off the record as well. Mostly New York State representatives, but other members of Congress as well. I've listened to their speeches for years. I can tell you, the average person in Congress is as dumb as anyone else in America. They are no smarter, no more specialized than you or me. If you don't understand it, they probably don't understand it. And most of them don't take the time. There are some that do, but most of them don't take the time to read a bill or to look into the intelligence reports to find out what's actually going on. They will go with the headlines. They will go with the party summary and what they are told this means. They will go with what they are reading in the newspapers, the publications that they prefer, and they will adopt that as their answer. They don't pay attention to the details because they aren't required to, because they're not being held accountable. I do hold them accountable. You know, people like Alex Borges, as an example. Hey, you want to become a congressman, but you want to represent the New York 12th district. Fantastic. Alex, please explain to me what's your position about what's happening with the Iran war. And don't just tell me, well, orange man bad. That's not an answer. Don't tell me, well, war is bad. That's not an answer. That's an ideology. That's a feeling. That's not an answer. The problem is Iran wants to destroy America, especially the left. Iran sponsors global terror that targets America and our allies. That's been happening for 47 years. We need to resolve that. So what are your solutions, especially considering that since we've started this process, what's next? Is it that we go and run away, lift all the sanctions, and hope for the best? Because that's what the Democratic policy right now, the Democratic policy, and if you actually listen to their policy, you listen to their complaint about what Donald Trump is doing, their answer is run away, lift all the sanctions, let Iran be Iran. It's very libertarian. It's very isolationist. It's very pacifist. But it's not positive. It doesn't work out well. And I know all my libertarian friends who watch the program, they're going to, but Mike, you're wrong. You're wrong. You just don't understand. Yes, I do. And no, Iran isn't motivated by economics. Iran isn't motivated by trade. They don't care. The people might care. The government doesn't care. The government is motivated primarily by their theocratic, fanatical beliefs. It is ideological. And you can't buy someone's ideology. You can't trade someone's ideology. You can't get rid of it. The way they believe in God is the way they believe in God. And you can't subvert that by saying, yeah, but you can buy this wonderful cup, or you can buy this wonderful mug, and, you know, life will be good. It's not going to work. And you can't avoid them. You can't say, well, we're just not going to talk to them. You can't. It's not realistic. In a perfect world, sure, you could probably do those things. Those would be answers. In a perfect world. I think we've all lived long enough that we know we don't live in a perfect world. So that's just not a real answer. It's a wonderful slogan, and it may win an election, but it's not real. And they don't have a real solution. They have a real feeling. They have a wonderful slogan, the Democrats, people like Alex Borges. They have slogans like Richie Torres. They have slogans. They have ideas. Oh, that's just so bad. Okay, what would you do instead? Oh, I would have never done it in the first place. So you'd allow global terrorism to continue. I'd have kept the Obama-Iran nuclear deal, which allowed Iran to create 60% enriched uranium and missiles that can reach London and all of Europe. And they were developing missiles that would be able to reach the United States. That allowed them to develop drones that are being used right now to kill the Ukrainians that those very same Democrats want to defend. They want to take our money and our weapons to defend the Ukrainians. So you're actually working against the American interests that you say you are. Yeah, but I'd have kept that, which is how we got to where we are now. They don't want you to think about that part. They don't want you to realize that Iran would never have the missiles they have now. They wouldn't have the drones they have now if it weren't for Obama funding that through American tax dollars. Don't have to like it. It's just true. Let me take a look here. We got some more comment. We got another comment. Whoop. Come on, silly machine. All right. Well, we got a comment here, and this comes from Dowd. He says, that could not be seriously considered as a long-term solution. Ask the Democrats. Ask the Democrats. You don't have to believe me. People often go, but Mike, you can't, you don't know all that. I know a lot. I've been doing this 20 years. This is my day job. I do understand a lot. I talk to a lot of people about a lot of aspects of this, and I do a lot of research and studying. I'm not telling you that I'm the most brilliant mind in geopolitics in the world, but I'm not stupid either, and I am well informed. And I do understand. I've thought about these, and I have studied these consequences for a long time. This isn't something I just thought up in the last 30 seconds. I've been working on this for a long time. I have experience on this for a long time. But a lot of people go, well, yeah, you don't. So here's the thing. And if you think I'm just absolutely wrong, and Mike, you just don't know, have you asked your local congresswoman, man or woman? Have you asked your senator where they stand, what their solution is? What's their answer? Besides Orange Man bad, besides it should have never happened, besides run away and lift all the sanctions, besides do what Obama said, we should have never got rid of that, which led to more terrorism in the world, which directly created more threats in the world, which they don't want to acknowledge. They don't. What do you mean? No. Literally, the Obama nuclear deal authorized Iran to make ICBM missiles. You can go back, you can look at my coverage at the time, you can find my articles that I've written at the time in 2016. It is an absolute fact that the Obama-Iran nuclear deal authorized the building of missiles that now can reach London. And in the near future, will reach LA, they will reach New York, they will reach Chicago. It is a very short leap of time to be able to get a missile that can go to Europe until you have a missile that can go into the United States. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. So, Wayne Norman. Hello, Wayne Norman. Wayne Norman Esquire. Let me get it correct. Says, I love listening to this brother. The analysis is always fact-based. Always. You can say you don't. I say this often. I was actually having an online discussion with one of the supporters of Alex Voorhees, who didn't like that I called out Alex Voorhees for his unconstitutional attempt to steal from the American people. And the guy, he's arguing with me online, and then he starts getting serious because when he realizes I actually know what I'm talking about. And he can't just blow smoke at me and make me go, ooh, I'm sorry. No. And here's the thing. He tried to avoid all the facts. He told me about his feelings. He told me how he feels about Alex Voorhees. The supporter told me how he thinks, in his point of view, Alex Voorhees has done a great job. He didn't deal with any of the facts. I'm like, I don't care. You can have whatever feeling you want. And maybe Alex Voorhees is a great guy. Maybe I'd have a great time having a beer with Alex Voorhees. I don't think he's the type to drink beer, but maybe I'd have a great time drinking a beer with him, kicking back and playing some pool. Maybe. But that's emotional. That's not professional. That's not him doing a job. And they confuse the two. You can disagree with my conclusion, but the facts, like with Alex Voorhees, the fact that he was creating an unconstitutional bill to steal from American citizens as based on settled or actual precedent, legal precedent that had been reviewed by the Supreme Court. That's not up to interpretation. That's actually what happened. That's a fact. The documentation I provided in reviewing that attempt, that unconstitutional attempt by candidate Alex Voorhees for the New York 12th District, you know what? That's factual. You may think it's not important. Well, you're upset with the conclusion. You may say, well, I don't care about the facts and I like the guy. Well, then you're a progressive Democrat and you don't care about conclusion, you care about feelings. I can't do anything about that. But the facts always matter. And that's why I come with the facts. And then everyone can conclude whatever they want. Okay, Dow says, the IRGC is the reason they cannot have nuclear weapons. Well, yes. I truly believe that the Ayatollah may say, I don't want nuclear weapons. Because he's very sure that if Iran uses a nuclear weapon, every country in the world that has nuke will then glass them. That everyone will respond because they're untrustworthy and they're too dangerous. So every country in the world will respond, and they will respond in kind with their own nukes. And I think the Ayatollah appreciates that, and either out of self-preservation or for preservation of the innocent Iranian people who have no control over whether or not Iran makes a nuclear weapon or whether or not they use a nuclear weapon, the average person doesn't have anything to do with that. So to protect those innocents, I think the Ayatollah understands that. The IRGC, they don't care. They don't care. They're all about the power and the ideology. And they don't care how many people die because they are terrorists. Terrorists don't care about innocent people dying. It's about power. Always, every time. That's why they have suicide bombers. That's why they target moms and children, because they're terrorists and they don't care about killing innocents. It's about winning. It is about their power. It is about their ideology. And you're right. That's why we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Not that I think mutually assured destruction is a really good vanguard of anything. All right. So I'm going to take a break. Let's see. We've been going for about 2 hours and 15 minutes so far. By the way, if you've made it through the 2 hours and 15 minutes, I hope you take an opportunity to like, share, and subscribe the program. You can join our Patreon, which is only $1.50 a month. Believe it or not, yes, there is a YouTube membership. You can join that. There's only, I think it's $4.99. That's it. We don't have multiple levels. It's just $4.99. You can join that if you want. I don't like giving money to YouTube, but you can do the Patreon, or you can make a one-time payment to PayPal, but that's not required. What we're trying to do is get to 5,000 subscribers this year. We're getting there, and that costs nothing. Like, share, subscribe. Even if that means that you don't agree with me, but you want to yell at me on a regular basis. For people who want to yell at me and go, Mike, you're just wrong, let me tell you why. Well, subscribe. Then you can yell at me all you want. All right. But what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a quick break so that I can walk my dog. For those who are new and don't know, my dog is 15 years old. His name is Khan. He is a wonderful 23-pound, half Scotty, half Bichon. I love my dog. And right about the 2.5 hour mark, we usually walk, and that'll give us about 45 minutes. That'll give you a chance to stretch your legs, kiss your significant other, catch up on the sports games, have a cigarette, get something to eat, whatever it is that you do. And you can also see, and we change it every time, the various different things, different interviews, speeches, shows that we've done. We always play that for you guys so you can see it for yourself, make up your own mind. This is our conversation from earlier this week about the 14-point bill with Iran in detail. We're going to play that, and then in about 45 minutes, we will be back. That means that it'll be 5:30. 5:30. We'll be back at 5:30 after I walk my dog. I look forward to hearing all of your questions. Remember, you don't have to agree. You can tell me if I got it wrong. You can tell me what you think is a better solution. You can ask questions. I mean, Strayer was asking questions earlier, and I've been challenged by Dal and Hal. You can give whatever comment you want. It's up to you. I'm here to speak with you. We're having a conversation, folks. With 100 different countries, we're having a conversation. All right, so let me play this. We'll be back at 5:30 approximately, and I will talk to you in just a few moments. We do have a lot more to talk about. I do want to get to the update about the Bronx and also about gun safety. You'll see why those two things are very much related, and we'll have some other breaking news to talk about, but we'll be back in about 45 minutes. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is the middle of the week and a warm day here in New York once again, and I wish I had great news for everybody, but I really don't. This is bad news today because we have confirmation about the memorandum of understanding, the ceasefire deal between the United States and Iran, which will involve Lebanon and also Israel. And this is bad. Every single part of it, this is bad. I have to say right up front that this is on the same level of failure of loss as Joe Biden and the Biden-Harris administration's handling of Afghanistan. The Afghanistan route to the Taliban, this is equal to that. This is a massive failure of geopolitics, of foreign policy, and I don't understand what JD. Well, actually, I do understand what JD Vance did. I understand why Donald Trump allowed it to happen, and I'm going to explain it to you guys because I've been talking to many people today, credible individuals down in DC and in political circles around the country, individuals that I respect and that are, some of them are sources that I use on various different issues. And I've been speaking with them on and off throughout the day, trying to understand what the hell just happened. And I'm going to share that with you so that you have a better understanding of the consequences of what's going to happen and how the consequences, in my mind and based on my experience, would say that within 5 years, the United States is going to be looking at another war with a stronger Iran that will affect Europe, may very directly affect the United States, Israel, and many other allies. This is bad on so many levels. Now, I do want to hear all the comments from everyone. You're always welcome. Please do add your voices. Add your voices in the chat. You can reach us on Rumble, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram. I'm happy to hear your voices, to hear what you have to say. And I will be, of course, going back and forth throughout the show to let you see some of the, why does it do this every time? To see the various comments. Why is it so much smaller than I want it to be? Rounded. There, that's a little bit better. Okay, but I'll be checking on that throughout the show, and please do let me know your thoughts as we go. So let me just start off. It's the middle of the week, so I'm going to not take too long, but the first indication, the first thing that you should be aware of when you heard about this deal, and the fact that it was not made immediately aware to the American people and to our politicians, whether in Congress or in the Senate, they were not aware of the deal when, on Sunday, when J.D. Vance was going out and he was there to electronically sign the deal that this was agreed to. There was a reason why it was hidden, because there's a backlash, and there's a lot of backlash. The more that people will understand this, the bigger the backlash will be. And I understand why this deal happened in the first place. I'll explain that in a moment. But the first thing that gave us a clue that this was going to be bad, besides the fact that this was something that was not being spoken about, that was not being told to the American people, was today at the G7 meeting. That's the meeting of all the 7 largest economies in the world, basically the 7 leading first world nations for the most part. And what we can see here, and this is being reported by the AP, G7 leaders back Trump's deal to end the Iran war as more details emerge, which you would think that sounds like good news. Europe, England, Russia, China, everybody's agreeing with us that, okay, the Iran conflict is going to end. The Strait of Hormuz will be opened up. There will be less, ideally, there would be less global terror in the world. That would be the ideal. That's what everyone would expect. That's not what happened. And we know this. The very first clue towards that came from France's president, Emmanuel Macron. Macron loves this deal. Now, why am I saying that when France's president, one of the European leaders, is happy about this, then America should be very, very concerned and very upset? Well, Emmanuel Macron is basically a mouthpiece for the Chinese Communist Party. He has been actively, since 2023, May, March of 2023. He has been trying to kick America out of its leadership role in Europe and been trying to replace America with China, economically in particular. And that is a problem. He's also been one of the biggest nations resisting increasing the amount of aid donations, their portion of NATO. They have been resisting that as much as possible. And that is another factor. They just don't like Donald Trump. They don't like America. Or I should say, Macron doesn't like America. He doesn't like Donald Trump. He doesn't like that France has to be responsible and accountable for its own defense and its own nation. He can't stand that. He wants to be cradle to grave taken care of by socialism, much like China offers, and what we see has been tried in Canada under Justin Trudeau and many other nations. So basically, France would like to be another Cuba. And so when you see that President Emmanuel Macron is he thinks it's a very good deal because it's an agreement that puts a stop to a situation of great instability that had terrible consequences for the French economy. He doesn't care about America. He doesn't care about global terrorism. He doesn't care about the carryover consequences of this. He cares about France, which is fair enough, but he's not thinking that it also affects France as well. Remember, the IRGC, Iran has in its military missiles, ballistic missiles, ICBMs, that are capable of reaching Paris. And at the moment, Iran holds on to at least 60 kilograms of enriched uranium, enriched to 60%. That's the components of a dirty bomb. That means that it's not going to have the same impact as a nuclear bomb, which would destroy, say, Paris or a good part of it. No, it would spread radiation and give radiation sickness to Parisians, and they would die within 3 days to a week in one of the most horrific ways known to man. The only time we've ever seen something like that was at Hiroshima. And he is discounting that completely. He's just ignoring it because it just shows that America failed, that Donald Trump had a weakness, and he's reveling in the diminishment of the United States, not realizing that this doesn't make the world better off. But that just gives you your first clue. It gets worse. So there is additional news out there. And I'm going to go over the exact wording of the deal so you get this as well. But the White House talking points claim that there were victories in the initial Iran deal, but often those claims aren't meeting reality. This is again coming from the AP. The White House informed supporters that the president has accomplished his goals in the war with Iran. One of the main goals was regime change. We didn't get that. Although we did get rid of the second Ayatollah, there is a third Ayatollah in existence at this time. The mullahs, while many of them were killed and removed, well, there's still a new set of mullahs that are running the government of Iran. And in that power vacuum, the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which are the leading force of terrorism in the world, they actually go out and train Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and many other smaller terrorist organizations. And they fund these groups and they train them in being able to commit acts of terror, like the October 7th, 2023 terror attack against Israel that killed 34 Americans, and then led to the hostage taking, the capture of 22 additional Americans who were tortured and sexually abused every day, according to the UN, which resulted in the death of 17 of those American hostages. Only 5 were able to be released and came back to America. And this is important. So we wanted to get rid of the regime. We wanted to depower the IRGC. We wanted to enable the people, the Iranian people, who are good people, the people of Iran, and give them the opportunity to topple their government and to install whatever government they thought was better than the fanatical theological leadership of the Ayatollah and the absolutely dictatorial rule of the IRGC. We didn't accomplish any of that. So when we hear that Donald Trump is saying, well, we achieved a lot of the goals, well, the Strait of Hormuz is open. Okay, but there's going to be a toll. Yes, there's going to be a toll going forward. And Iran will be able to rebuild its navy and, more importantly, rebuild the defenses to be able to shut down the Strait of Hormuz at any time in the future with more capability than what they had just now. They'll be able to build more missiles, more drones, which will endanger the Ukraine directly. There's several problems with this, and I will get into that in just a moment. Wait a minute. There is also a comment here, and even though this is behind a firewall, this is from the Wall Street Journal. Trump stages an Iran retreat. The regime gets financial relief to reopen Hormuz and holds more nuclear talks. This is from the editorial board of the Wall Street Journal. This isn't from over at Huffington Post. It's not the Daily Kos. It's not the New York Times, ABC, CBS. It's not CNN or MS Now. This is coming from the Wall Street Journal. And they make it very clear that while the press has always been hostile to the Trump MAGA Republican administration, the fact is that this time it seems to be well earned, because the criticisms of the left seem to have come true. And this is coming from, again, the Wall Street Journal. It tells you that something went completely off the rails, something that was just insane. Let's see. And I believe here it is. So I'm going to go over to this is from the New York Post. They were one of the first to have the full 14-point agreement as was delivered by the White House. Now, previously, we kept getting information from sources within the Iranian government that were aligned with the IRGC. I've covered this for several months, and they have been contradicting what the Trump administration was saying in our conversations with the Ayatollah and the mullahs, the main and authorized government of Iran. So that's why you saw a lot of confusion there. We've discussed that before. But this is coming from the White House. This is confirmed. So previous deals that have been released by CNN and other news agencies, which they said were from Iran, actually were from the IRGC, or the Enduring Front, another faction of the IRGC in the Iranian government, and they were not correct. And many people knew that this was propaganda by the IRGC within Iran to try and disrupt the United States, to make Donald Trump look weak and bad. So we discounted that entirely. But now we have from the Trump administration the exact terms. And I'm going to go straight to those terms so we can have a conversation about that. But before I do that, I do see that there is a comment, and I'm going to address that. Let's see. We have comments that came in, and I thank everyone for the comments throughout the show. Whether you agree or disagree, I always want to hear them. And the first comment I see is from Hal from New York. Hello, Hal. It's good to see you again. And Hal says, what I'm saying sounds like Trump derangement syndrome. No, it doesn't. It does sound like a critique of the president. And I have critiques of presidents and any politician, whether they're on the right or on the left, it doesn't matter. And I've often critiqued members of the Republican Party or right-leaning members of Congress and our government, as well as those on the left. The thing is, most of the time, It's the left that's creating most of the problems. As an example, Gavin Newsom, who is now complaining that he's being held accountable for his actions in California. Gavin Newsom yesterday was pleading with people to have empathy with him because, well, let's see, there was the Palisades fire, which was his fault, his policies, and the rebuilding of the Palisades has failed. $2.5 billion seems to have disappeared, which his wife was involved in managing those funds. And it's just gone. And he's upset that people are investigating him for what seems to be corruption and a problem. He's also upset that the Trump administration is looking into the hospice care fraud, which is even bigger than the Minnesota Somali daycare fraud. And so he's being held accountable for not dealing with this situation for years. Well, and that's billions of dollars. He's being held accountable for that. But see, when I hold a politician accountable, it's not because they're just a Democrat or they're just a Republican. It's because of what they did. And they are correctly being held accountable. I won't even get into the $15 billion of wasted money on the high-speed rail in California for the last 15 years that has done nothing. And that's, again, Gavin Newsom mismanagement and money that seems to be disappearing left and right. The homeless, so much. So he's being held accountable, as we should to any politician. And he's claiming, well, it's Trump or it's Donald Trump. It's Orange Man bad. No, there's legitimate questions. And those questions require an investigation. And if that investigation then leads to a crime, yes, Gavin Newsom should be charged. So no, it's not TDS to critique and to hold accountable any of our elected officials when they fail or when they do something wrong. That doesn't mean it doesn't stop at just a governor, whether that be Kathy Hochul or Gavin Newsom or Abbott, Governor Abbott down in Texas. They're all should be held accountable. So should the president. So should the members of Congress. So should the Trump administration. When they have failed the American people demonstrably, then they get called out. So that's not Trump derangement syndrome. But I enjoy that those who don't like Donald Trump and aren't very happy with Republicans will always try to say, well, see, you're having a critique, so that means you're not MAGA, you're not a real Republican. It's silly name calling. Let's see. We also have another comment from Hal. Did I do that right? Well, if you're trying to just throw out silly terms, sure. But if you're talking about, am I critiquing the president? Of course I am. Why not? When there is a legitimate reason to critique the president, critique the president. He's a human being. He's not 100% right. So why not? It's just that most of the things that the left try to critique Donald Trump on, or the Trump administration, or Republicans or MAGA, are emotional issues. They don't like what Republicans have done, like mass deportations, which is something that 77 million people voted for. They don't like that. And so that's their complaint. But just because you don't like it doesn't mean that something wrong has been done. It is legal for ICE to do the mass deportations. Mass deportations are something that is in the Constitution. They're doing their job. Just because people don't like it doesn't mean it's illegal, and therefore that's why I don't pay attention. And the fact that people go, well, it's Orange Man bad. Well, that's because they have Trump derangement syndrome. There is a very clear difference between the two. I hope that makes that clear. But yes, I'm going to critique President Trump because this is a failure. And I'm critiquing J.D. Vance because of this failure, because it has a definitive impact on America going forward. And I think that the left-leaning news media will misrepresent this because this is their time to gloat. They're going to be happy to say, well, we should have never done this in the first place. I disagree. They're going to say, well, Iran was never a problem in the first place. I disagree. And the what is it, 30 some odd Americans that died because of Iran and its actions with Hamas that killed our people in 2023, you know, I have a problem with that. And so, no, Iran isn't harmless or innocent. The terrorism that they have supported around the world, they're not innocent. They are a problem. And their ability to have ICBMs that could reach Europe means that they are not far away from having ICBMs that could reach the United States. Couple that with their continued research, whether it's a dirty bomb or a nuclear bomb, and we have a serious global problem, and we needed to nip it in the bud, which I agreed with, and I still do. But let's look at the text of this agreement. And I think you'll understand why I say this was a failure. Not because I disagree with going after Iran. I think holding them accountable was a fantastic idea. What I disagree with is this. And if, for those who are wondering, I absolutely recommend that every member of Congress do not approve this deal, reject this deal, put pressure on the president to not sign this deal. Ted Cruz should be with John Fetterman and with Schumer and saying, this is a terrible deal. America cannot abide by this. I know many of my libertarian friends right now are all about the isolationism or non-interventionism or pacifism, whichever you wish to call it. And they're saying, no, this will be a great thing. We'll be able to do trade with Iran and it'll be just like Vietnam. They're wrong. They are categorically wrong. There are many differences between what we're seeing here and what we're seeing in Vietnam or any other foreign policy, foreign nation, and geopolitics that we do. Most notably because Iran wants to, and still to this day, wants to kill every American citizen, whether you're on the left or on the right, whether you pay attention to politics or you do not. Iran wants you dead simply because you exist, because we have gay people in our country and Iran does not believe in that, because women can read and write and work and drive a car. Well, they don't believe in that. And so you, American citizen, should die for that. That's what Iran has said for 47 years. They have never stopped saying that, and the IRGC still believes that. I have no reason to believe they will not continue that going forward, which is why regime change was such an important element of what we were doing, besides taking away most of the capabilities of their Navy, their Air Force, somewhere around 75-80% of their capabilities of missiles and drones and the creation of these weapons. So item 1, and that is, here it is. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran and their allies in the current war, by signing this memorandum of understanding, declare the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. What does Lebanon have to do with the United States, which was directly fighting against Iran? Nothing. Why are we including Lebanon? Because Lebanon is where Hezbollah, one of the puppet wings of Iran, happened to be. That's one of the key, their largest terrorist wing and the most organized and most powerful are in Lebanon, in fact, fighting for control of the government. And so this is to say that the United States is to stop, and more importantly, as I said, and our allies, they mean Israel. They mean Israel, which is entirely separate of the United States. It's one thing for Iran to say, well, Israel should stop fighting against or fighting directly against Iran because of this deal. It's another thing to say, well, they have to stop fighting Lebanon. That's an entirely different country with an entirely different terrorist organization, even though that is directly connected to Iran and the IRGC. That is not a concern of the United States. That has nothing to do with the United States, nor is it anything to do with this conflict. Therefore, or rather, nothing directly to do with this conflict. We should not be agreeing to this. So they want Lebanon to be under the control of Hezbollah, which puts it directly under the control of the IRGC. They go on to say, and undertake from now on not to initiate any war or any military operation against each other, and to refrain from the threat or use of force against each other, and ensuring territorial integrity and sovereignty of Lebanon. Again, this is about Israel and its defense against Hezbollah. This is about usurping the government of Lebanon. That has nothing to do with the United States. That is an entirely different subject of geopolitics. We should not be agreeing to this, nor should we be agreeing blankly to never go back and deal with Iran, as they continue to be the greatest sponsor of global terror in the world, and they continue to wish death upon America and all of its citizens. We should not be agreeing to this. The first term of this deal says we should not be involved. Okay. Second thing, the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran undertake to respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and to refrain from interfering with each other's internal affairs. They want the United States to allow Iran to promote and spread terrorism around the world. That's what the second term is. This is directly about Iran's training and funding of global terrorism. And the biggest thing that has stopped that has been the United States interfering or fighting against Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. And so in this second statement, because Iran considers the training of terrorist groups and terrorist individuals, the supplying of weapons to these terrorist organizations, funding them, giving them logistical help, that is an internal matter for Iran, but it's also a matter for the rest of the world. And it does have an influence, because we do see things like Hamas directly attacking American citizens. We have seen the Houthis attack in the Red Sea under Joe Biden, an entire 18 months of them attacking our ships, our commercial United States civilian commercial vessels were being under attack, as well as all of our allies in the Red Sea. According to this agreement, we would not be able to respond to the Houthis because of Iran and this deal. I disagree with that. Again, second reason why this deal does not work. 3, the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran commit to negotiating and achieving the final deal in maximum 60 days, extendable. We're going to extend the ceasefire for 60 more days to try and work out some of the other problems in this deal, like what we're going to do about the nuclear capabilities of Iran, even though throughout this entire document, there is no comment about the missile program with Iran. It's bad enough that Iran is able to make a nuclear weapon or a dirty bomb. The thing that we have to also be highly upset about, and this is one of the biggest complaints I had against President Obama's Iran nuclear deal, is we allowed the creation of ballistic missiles by Iran, which is why they now have the ability to bomb London and every other major European city. They are able to reach over into India. They can reach over into Southeast Asia. They can reach through most of sub-Saharan Africa. This is a significant problem, and we need to be able to address that. But that's not part of this deal. That's not even mentioned in the list of things that we need to address, and it is one of the most critical problems. Because if Iran were able to make a nuclear weapon tomorrow, but if they did not have the capability of having a missile like an ICBM to deliver that, it doesn't matter. They have a really deadly paperweight that they can't put anywhere. So this is a problem in this deal that is not being addressed. Again, yet another reason why we cannot have this deal. Immediately Item 4, and this is where it really starts getting bad. Immediately upon signing of this memorandum of understanding, the United States of America will begin the removal of its naval blockade. Do you notice how everything is on the United States? The United States must do something. The United States must take an action. The United States is responsible. Do you notice that the United States beat the ass of Iran? We wiped out their Navy. We wiped out their Air Force. We removed at least 75% of their missiles, of their drones, and their capability. Excuse me. And their capabilities to create these weapons of war. Why are we being treated like we lost? We didn't lose. Our military did superb. Iran does have a strong military. That's true. And they are one of the bigger powers in the world. That is absolutely true. And they were able to fight off Saudi Arabia and the UAE in past wars. Absolutely true. In Iraq as well. But the United States basically exterminated 2/3 of the Iranian military with virtually no losses of our own personnel. And we did so within 30 days. Our military should be commended on how excellent they have been in their actions throughout this entire conflict. But they're not being treated like that. The United States isn't being treated like the superpower that we are, or the winner of the military conflict, which we unquestionably, we won the military conflict here. This is political warfare, and the political warfare, which was being engaged by the IRGC, that's the problem. And we lost that. So they go on. America will begin the removal of its naval blockade. Why? Because China wants oil. Iran is a major supplier of oil to China. And China needs that oil for their navy, which they have doubled the size of its navy, to put pressure on Japan, on South Korea, on the Philippines, even Australia. This is part of the idea for China to take over Taiwan, to be able to have more control over Southeast Asia. I've been talking about this for years, since 2022, when they first mentioned that they were going to take Taiwan by force. And Joe Biden didn't say anything about it. He backed off completely because he was a paper tiger, as Chairman Xi of China's CCP said directly to Joe Biden when he was president. So this is why the United States has to remove our blockade, so that as an effect, Iran will then release or allow the rest of the world's oil to get through the Strait of Hormuz in proportion. So if we free up 10% of the oil going to China, well, then 10% of the oil in the rest of the world that is waiting to go through the Strait of Hormuz will be able to get through. That is a horrible deal. That is a horrible deal. And again, the pressure is on the United States. The onus is on the United States, as if we did something wrong. We did not. We were defending our nation, and Iran decided to hold the world hostage. And rather than invade, which we could have easily done, the United States held back, and this is the reward we get. So that's a massive problem I have in item 4. In item 5, the signing of this memorandum of understanding, Iran will make arrangements using its best efforts. They're not guaranteeing, they're not required. They just have to say, we tried. And if they fail, if it doesn't happen, it's okay. This is unacceptable language in this deal. Unacceptable. For safe passage of commercial vessels with no charge for 60 days. That's the key words there. With no charge for 60 days, only from the Persian Gulf to the Sea of Oman and vice versa. So the Strait of Hormuz for the next 60 days has no charge, which implies, it actually directly states, that there will be a fee, a cost, a toll to go through the Strait of Hormuz on day 61 and into the future. That means that Iran will create a new revenue stream that will be in the tens, hundreds, perhaps billions of dollars that will help it to fund global terror. This is something that has never been seen before. No country has something like this, and this is unacceptable. This was always unacceptable. In fact, Donald Trump said that he would not allow this to happen. And yet, that is what Iran is saying here. Again, Iran is dictating the terms of this ceasefire, this peace agreement, not the United States, even though we were the ones who objectively won. It was the Iranian economy that went up to 200% inflation. It was the Iranian economy that was falling apart, even without U.S. bombing anything. It was the Iranian government that lost its military capabilities, not the United States. This is unacceptable. This is absolutely unacceptable. Item 6, and this is really another one that's atrocious. The United States of America undertakes with regional partners to develop a definitive, mutually agreed upon plan with at least $300 billion for the reconstruction and economic development of Iran. This is unacceptable. The United States should not be paying reparations to Iran. Absolutely not. And we should not be funding Iran or allowing any of our allies to fund. Iran was bombing civilians in Oman. Oman never fired a single shot against against Iran. The United Arab Emirates, the Saudi Arabians, did not fire a single missile rocket in offense against Iran. Meanwhile, Iran was blowing up their airports, their hospitals, their hotels, their private citizenry. They were literally targeting civilians, which is a war crime across the world. Geneva, world that is accepted across the world. The purposeful targeting of civilians is an act of terrorism, especially in a time of war, where you do not give any warning. You just specifically, not even trying to hit anything militarily. Remember all the uproar in the world, and especially in the United States, especially with Democrats, when Donald Trump dared to say that he would bomb some bridges, that he might bomb some power plants, the industrial capabilities of Iran. Meanwhile, nothing was said by any of those very self-same liberal progressive Democrats when Iran is attacking civilians in Oman, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia who weren't fighting Iran. They weren't involved. But yet the left in America, they said nothing about that. They let that go. And this agreement allows Iran to effectively avoid all war crimes for those actions and places the onus against the United States, demanding us to make sure that Iran, one way or the other, either through direct payments from the United States, which is inflationary, comes out of the pockets of taxpayers, which is unacceptable, or through our allies, which would mean higher cost of goods, which is unacceptable, higher price in oil and other goods, that's unacceptable, so that Iran can get paid. And we know that when Iran gets paid in these kinds of large lump sums, as they were under the Obama administration, I refer to this on a regular basis because it's true, it's a fact. We know that when you give them these kinds of lump sums, then in 2016, then Secretary of State John Kerry admitted on CNBC on January 16th of 2021 that this funds global terror. This $300 billion will be used to fund global terror. That means Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis will be flush with cash, and we have seen what they do with that cash. They buy rockets and drones, bullets and bombs, and they kill civilians around the world. This is unacceptable. And this is something that, again, Donald Trump directly said would not happen. J.D. Vance is saying, well, this will only happen if we see that Iran has abided by the terms of the deal. They're going to give up their 60 pounds of enriched uranium. I don't care. We could never give them this. They can use that to build more ICBMs that will be able to hit all of Europe and
no soundbites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No soundbites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for being back here with us at No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, and we're here in our offices in the Bronx, New York on June 21st. It's currently 5:33. We're a couple minutes off, but I'm happy that you're here with me, whether you just joined us or if you've been watching for a little while. Wanted to thank you for that. Now, I want to do a quick update on some of the breaking news, some of the news that's out there, and while we were away. So let me start off, first of all, with an update on the World Cup. We see that right now, the final, there was a draw with a red card against Belgium. Iran was not beaten. That's sad. I really wanted to see Iran lose. I really want to see Iran lose. Not because I don't like the Iranian people, but I hate the Iranian government. And so, in my choice in the World Cup, I want to see them gone. I want to see them eliminated as soon as possible. But it seems that's not the case at this moment, which is rather upsetting for me. So they may be around for a little while. Soon there will be the Uruguay-Cabo Verde game. I would expect Uruguay to win that, but we'll see how that will play out. So I did want to mention that. Now, there was some breaking news while we were gone in reference to oil prices. And what we see is this article just came out. This is from The Street. This is financial news. Some people may be familiar with it. I used to check out The Street on a regular basis, Jim Cramer and the like. on a regular basis back when I was a stockbroker back in the 90s. They're pretty good. Now, what they are talking about, and this is something you're going to hear a lot more about, is the potential of oil at $150 per barrel, which would mean gas prices that would be somewhere for the U.S., somewhere around $7.50 a gallon for gasoline. Roughly, that's not an exact quote. Don't exactly quote me there, but it would equate to something like $7.50 per gallon of gasoline, possibly up to 10, depending where exactly you are in the United States. We've heard these suggestions before, and as I had mentioned before, that is unlikely, but it is possible. Now, the reason why we're hearing this again is fear-mongering, and also looking to have some more activity in the price of oil. A lot of people are afraid of what's going on. As we mentioned a little bit earlier in the show, obviously, the IRGC is trying to convince the world, and in particular, the Trump administration, that the Strait of Hormuz is going to be closed again. If that does happen, and if the main authorized or verified government of Iran also agrees with the IRGC and decide that they want to close the Strait of Hormuz to protect the Hezbollah, their puppet terrorist group in Lebanon, well, then we would see Donald Trump has promised that he would hit Iran hard, that he will open up the Strait of Hormuz by force, and he will charge a fee to all the nations that get oil through that strait, about 20% of the world. So that being said, there's a lot of factors, a lot of moving parts, which we spent the first 2 hours of the program talking about. With this latest reiteration that there is going to be oil in the 120 to 150. In fact, according to this article, they're even suggesting that oil could go as high as about $200. Where did I have that? There it is. As high as $200 a barrel of oil. That would equate to somewhere around $12.50 per gallon of gasoline in the United States. Now, again, the United States is dramatically cheaper. That would be closer to about $22 a gallon of gasoline in the United Kingdom and most of Europe, in that range, about $22, $25, because their taxes and their systems are a little bit more expensive compared to here in the United States. When the U.S. has gasoline at about $2.50, $3, it's about $8 in the United Kingdom and similar in the rest of Europe. So using that as our standard, we would say it's closer to about $22, $25 a gallon at $200 a barrel. And in the United States, that would be closer to about $12.50. Insane. That would be insane. So that would be huge. And obviously that would drive up the cost of energy. That would increase not just electric bills, but every industry, every business, not just for their lighting, but for running their machinery, the costs would skyrocket. And we would see inflation that would be akin to the inflation that we saw under the Biden-Harris administration, roughly about 17.5% to 20% inflation here in the United States based just on the fuel. Now, food prices would go up as well, not only because of the need for electricity to refrigerate the food, but also the part that most people don't think of is transportation. It's moving the food. So it's not just keeping food cold, but also by delivering the food by truck, getting it shipped overseas by sea containers. All of that would increase the cost substantially. So you would see prices of food actually go higher than what we saw under the Biden-Harris administration. You would see about a 18 to 20% increase in the cost of food as well because of how high the cost of energy would be. I don't think that's realistic. And again, long before that would happen, according to JP Morgan, according to Goldman Sachs, that is only possible, that scenario That's the worst case scenario. And that's a scenario where we would go through approximately 3 months of oil in that $150 to $200 range. At that point, in that triple digit, almost $200 range, that would take approximately 3 months before we would see the price of the inflation go up that high here in the United States. I don't think it's going to reach there. As we've already heard, Donald Trump won't let it get there. Rather, he would immediately open up the Strait of Hormuz. And realistically, even in the most pessimistic expectations, we would see the Strait of Hormuz forced open by the United States within about 45 days, maybe 60 at the worst. And these are worst case scenarios. This is assuming everything is going wrong. Then you're looking at 45 to 60 days. But realistically, within 30 to 45 days, the United States could easily take control of the Strait of Hormuz and open it up. The problem for the United States isn't opening up the Strait of Hormuz. The problem for the United States is the cost of keeping the strait open in terms of personnel, in terms of machinery, our ships, our planes, our fuel, our supplies, and of course, ultimately, the ultimate cost is how many of our soldiers would it cost? We would lose somewhere between 10 to 50 soldiers per week actively fighting and keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. We would lose on average about 10 to 50 soldiers per week if that were to happen. And some weeks would be significantly more. And we could see an initial increase or death toll that would be in the hundreds in taking each of the islands that are part of the Strait of Hormuz and securing the entire area, attacks by drones on our ships en masse, missiles being fired en masse. We could see literally hundreds in the first week, anywhere between 2 to probably 750 soldiers die. That would be extremely expensive, and it would be absolutely demoralizing for the United States. Well, I don't know if it would be demoralizing. It would definitely anger the United States, the average citizen, who would be angry not only at the Trump administration, not just Republicans, but insanely upset with Iran. And that may not go the way that Iran thinks it would go. Yeah, they may get Democrats to be elected, but the will of the American people very likely would also want to decimate Iran and would want the United States to eliminate the government of Iran, a regime change by invasion. And that's something I don't think the IRGC is thinking about. They have a fine line where they can use a political war to try and shift the election. But if they do so by too much, if they push the Trump administration too far, then the IRGC will wind up killing so many Americans that America will still remain angry at Donald Trump, but will be equally as angry at the Iranian government, both the Ayatollah and the IRGC, and we would wind up trying to change the regime to wipe them out. And sadly, our government would screw it up by not taking over Iran at that point and allow some puppet government to go in, which would lead to a civil war. But that's a lot more complicated. More simply, I do not believe that we are looking at oil prices going to $150. Let me explain why. So people don't fear, do not react. The worst thing that happens in stock markets, financial markets, is that people react based on the news and fear. And that fear, emotion, is what moves markets. Markets move on an emotion and they correct on a fact. That's how stock market is. That's how brokerage firms, how they make money. They trade off of the emotion and adjust to the fact. So people think something's going to happen. People are either happy or upset. They're afraid or they're joyous about some kind of move, momentum. And then after that move has happened, Then we see a correction where people actually figure out, well, how bad is it or how good is it? Is it making as much money as we thought, or is it making less money than we thought? And based on that, the price then corrects back until there is new news that gets the public, gets everyone excited again or upset again. And then we see another movement in the price. And this is constantly happening with stock after stock, sector after sector. That's why we see all the prices going up and down. It is that emotion that moves the market. If you are reacting to the emotion without a plan, if you're simply reacting to the news and the headline, you help to move the markets, but you don't benefit from that. You're part of the movement in the wrong direction. So if you're afraid that prices are going to go up for oil and gas, and you start trying to speculate on oil and gas after the fact, well, the price has already moved. You're going to be caught in with trying to buy oil at $110 a barrel, as this example would say, at about 110, and maybe it goes to 125, maybe it goes to 150, maybe it goes back down. And more likely, if you're buying because everyone else is jumping in and buying, you're probably going to be getting closer to that higher level than the middle or the low, and therefore the price will drop rather than increase from where you buy in. It's strategy. Buying financial investment is about the strategy. And yes, bulls make money, bears make money, pigs get slaughtered. If you are reacting to the emotion, then you're just a pig. You're not a bull, you're not a bear, and you will lose. So you have to take that into account. Consider this. Right now, the price of oil, the Brent crude, which is the most often quoted price, is $77.89. That's with the announcement by Donald Trump that he is looking to open the Strait of Hormuz by force, that the memorandum of understanding is in question, that it may not move forward, that the IRGC is actively saying they want to continue to fight and putting pressure on both Israel and the United States and Republicans at this time. With all of those factors happening right now in real time, the price is barely up. What is that? About 45 cents. 45 cents. We have seen in the past that news like this back in February, back in March, hell, as recently as back in May, would result in an increase in the price. Even spot trading on a Sunday, we could see that price go up by about $3 to $5, if not $10. We're seeing 45 cents, which tells me that many of the people who trade these oil futures, people who are in the know, they're not worried yet. They know that this is bluster. This is conversations. This is political name calling and threats. Donald Trump will, if Iran does go forward, if Iran agrees with the IRGC, they do attempt to close the strait again, then Donald Trump will be forced to take action, military action, and at that point you will see a reaction in the price, and you will see that change. But until then, just having the war of words going back and forth isn't enough to drive up the price at this time. In other words, don't panic. Don't assume that the price of oil is going to go to $125, $150, that your electric bill is going to double, that the price of gasoline will go to $7.50 average for the nation. By the way, for California, that means closer to $10. No, that's not likely at this moment. Unless something else happens, that's just bluster. Don't panic, don't freak out, but pay attention. So that's some of the financial news based on my experience as a former stockbroker. And I was pretty good at what I did. As Wayne Norman Esquire says, trade off of emotions, adjust off of facts. Yes, it is a mantra in the markets. Very well known, and pretty much every broker knows that. And that's why they do well, because they detach their emotions from the financial trades. They're not going in after the emotion. The general public does, and that's when they get screwed. That's why the average investor, individual investor, loses about 70% of all of their, every time they invest, 70% of the time, they lose money every year. Brokers, on the other hand, make money about 70%, 60 to 70% of the time. Why? Because they're not emotionally attached to that investment. It's not their money, and their job isn't to be emotional. It's to analyze and to understand the trend and the underlying facts. And they make the investments based on that. The better the broker, the more they understand the underlying actual value and the emotion that's going on, and they take advantage of that, both in long-term and short-term trades. The less professional you are and the more closely you are attached to that money, the more likely you are to lose money because you lose perspective. So that's just finance, a little bit of finance. Going back to my days as a stockbroker a little bit. I want to move on into the show. And we were talking about, I think that we were talking about Iran, a lot about Iran. We were talking about Keir Starmer. I want to go and talk about something that I think is very important. And this has a little bit to do with gun control. This has to do about safety of the citizens, about criminality. You may have heard me talking earlier this week, and I was talking, this is a short video. I did a live stream on Wednesday night, as I recall, Wednesday night, when a woman in her 30s was shot in her leg. There were about 22 officers that were present on the scene, and this is about a block away from my home, from where I live. Happened at about 9 o'clock at night. Complete surprise. I jumped out of my house and just grabbed my camera. I didn't have all my gear and just started live streaming just to cover it. And part of that video is I had the sound off on, or sound was off on part of it. It was last minute. I know some people were upset. Mike, you're not being a great journalist. I'm not a journalist. I'm a political commentator. I'm a pundit, and I am a member of the press. That doesn't mean I'm a reporter, which is a very different thing. A lot of people don't know that. A reporter, journalist, a news anchor, a pundit, and a political commentator, they're all different things. Similar, all members of the press, not the same thing. And so when I have an unexpected, and I think most people in the industry, when you're unexpectedly, suddenly thrust very personally into a shocking event, you miss some things. But we did get the who, the what, the where. We didn't understand the why. So there were a few things we were trying to get. We did find some updates about why this woman got shot and who shot her. Now, the update you may recall, I think this is one of my shorter ones, which was the next morning. And I believe I had just spoken to the New York Police Department, the Office of the Deputy Commissioner, trying to get an update. Because as I feared, there is no further news coverage by any news media. The New York Daily News, the New York Post, NBC, ABC. Remember, this is New York City. There are somewhere around 30,000 members of the press, people who work for, the New York Times, ABC, CBS, MSNBC, OAN, News Nation. They're all here in New York. They live and work here. And so you're looking at somewhere around 30, possibly 50,000 news media individuals in the entire 5 boroughs. Not one news organization covered this story. Not one. I'm the only news organization that covered this story, which is sad. They have thousands of employees. I'm one man. And they didn't cover this at all. not to follow up, not to inform the public. And that's sad. So let me see. What was I saying previously? Out walking my dog again. And I tell you, the last 48 hours have been fantastic. We've got the Iran deal that's going through. Wrong one. Wrong news story.
You, sir.
Hey, everyone. Out walking my dog again. And wait a minute. I got the wrong news story. Okay, well, that doesn't matter. All right. What I had updated previously, here's the final update. I got the wrong, I apologize. I put up the wrong link. I thought I had the right one. So what happened Wednesday night is there were two women in their 30s, black, and they had been out drinking. They were out, they had gone to a location, they were having drinks. A man, a patron at the establishment they were at, knocked over the drink of one of the ladies. That she then pulled out her gun, pointed it at the man, and insisted that he would pay for her drink. She then took the money for that drink and left the establishment with her friend. So she had a firearm, which is an illegal firearm, that she had pulled out, threatened a person with. None of this, of course, was reported to the police. Not terrible, unusual, but not totally unusual. Not something that never happens. She then left the establishment and don't know where they were going. As she had this firearm that she had just used to threaten someone, she was carrying it in her pants pocket. She was trying to adjust the firearm that she was carrying in her pants, no holster. Apparently, she didn't put the safety on the firearm, and she shot herself in the leg. A lot of people didn't hear that, partially because the shot was right against her body, muffled by being in her pants and her clothing. And so the shot was not as loud as you would normally expect a shot to be. There were several witnesses to this. The police spoke to almost none of them, mostly because most of the individuals who did witness it do not want to speak to the police, whether that's because they are illegal aliens or criminals, mostly drug dealers, or just because there's an onus of not talking to police officers within the black community. That's just normal. So for a lot of reasons, most of the people who had some awareness of the situation weren't speaking to police officers or detectives, but I know they are last reported, they're continuing to investigate the scene. Initially, there were several misconceptions and worries amongst the public, in part and in large part because the New York Police Department, the 47th precinct in the Bronx, did not convey any information to the public. They allowed misinformation and fear to fester in a community and not to provide information. And when there is no news media providing any information, that makes it even worse. So that's one of the reasons why I covered the story, so that there was some documentation, there was someone asking questions, so that the public was informed and whether or not they should be fearful or on edge about any individual, any gang, whatever it may be, whatever the circumstances were. Now, initially, the reporting was that this woman had been shot by someone else. It was unclear. And several individuals believed that she had been shot by the person next to her. It was nighttime. So many people thought it was a man that was with the woman who was shot. As it turns out, that's not the case. It was two women. One of the women ran off. The other woman was injured, went down a block, turned around the corner, sought help from a businessman who was still open. He was closing down his business, but he was still there on the scene. He tried to help as best he could. He's not a medic, he's not a doctor, but he tried to do what he could, as he also notified police to come and help. That's when the notification went out to 911, which is what was publicly reported at about 9:30, 9:52, between 9:30 and 9:52. The notification went out to the police to try and help this woman. An ambulance came out and police came out to investigate the crime scene. The woman was rushed to Jacoby Hospital. She was in critical condition for about 24 hours. She then passed away. She died. Initially, there were a lot of questions in the neighborhood. Many people thought it might have been a crackhead or a heroin addict. Many people thought that it could have been possibly gang related or related to her pulling a gun on a patron, a person. And so that may have been a retaliation. So there were several concerns in the community about it could have been several factors. And through my own investigation, because the police did not provide any information to me as a member of the press, nor as a concerned citizen in my local community, both on the scene and after the fact, no information, which is a problem, by the way. Mandami has the police so wound up. They are so worried about the fact that Mandami is trying to defund police and that he is looking for any opportunity to fire officers at a moment's notice, that officers are not speaking to the public, even though it's a member of the press asking a question that they can't answer, which is as simple as, who is in charge of the crime scene? Who is someone that the members of the press could speak to? There was detectives on scene, at least 3. There were 22 plainclothes officers on scene. There was a supervisor on the scene. Any of those individuals, several of those individuals, could have identified someone that could speak to the press officially. Just verify my identity, my credentials, and then answer the questions as best they could to allay the fears and concerns of the public. They chose not to, because they were more worried about Mandami saying the wrong thing and Mandami using that to fire them. That's a problem for the police. That's a problem with their training. And that is a problem with Mandami. But it winds up, most of all, being a problem for the community because it allowed misinformation to fester. Many people misunderstood what actually happened. And we did try to provide as many facts as possible. And we did ask questions on the night at the scene, within minutes of the scene actually developing, trying to get information for the public as quickly as possible so that people would be safe, based on the initial thought that it was an attempted robbery that went wrong, that someone may have been stabbed, as no one, it was a very muffled gunshot, so very few people heard the gunshot. And so many people thought it was a stabbing and that it was, based on its location, an attempt to rob a business. That was incorrect. Many people thought that there may have been an assailant, and based on the reporting by the office of the deputy commissioner, it was unclear if there were suspects, a suspect or multiple suspects, and if so, how the public might, whether it's a gang member or just a crackhead or just an individual. There was no information. So the community was at risk, and fear is the worst risk of all. That's why I'm making sure people are clear. What happened? Who did it happen to? How did it happen? Why did it happen? And the responses thereafter, so that we understand and we take away that fear, especially since many people, many business owners especially, were afraid that it may have been a gang or a drug addict that was acting out, trying to possibly rob the woman or rob a business, and this went wrong, and therefore they had to be on heightened awareness, which sometimes can be dangerous. Being too hyper aware can result in the same thing as not being aware enough. People will jump the gun, misread, and misreact to a situation that isn't potentially deadly and make it deadly. So not having enough information is just as deadly as having too much information, or more importantly, having the wrong information. And that's important. That's why I want to correct the record. Now, with that being said, let me also address the other factor in this. The reason why the woman died is her improper use of firearms. And this is ridiculous. I know someone was recently, I was talking last week on the Monday Opinion Roundtable, and we were talking about the basketball player who just got arrested for having a firearm in his car that was not in a holster. And one of my colleagues on the Monday Opinion Roundtable mentioned, well, it's Second Amendment. The police don't have a right to do that, not realizing or thinking about the safety issue, which I mentioned on the show. The problem and the reason why the basketball player, and I don't know who he is, I don't care. I don't know anything about basketball players. I don't care. He's an entertainer. He's a sports guy. But he's pretty popular. The reason why he was arrested is it was unsafe. Having that firearm exposed in that manner increased the likelihood of that firearm being mishandled and possibly firing off. Same thing with this woman. She did the same thing that in Texas, whoever the basketball player is, he got arrested for. She didn't have a holster. This was not a safe firearm. And the fact that it wasn't safe and that it was mishandled wound up having a misfire, which cost her life. Same thing would have happened with the basketball player. Because he had the gun in his car, yes, it was publicly something that you could see. And yes, open carry does exist in Texas. And if he had it in a holster, no harm, no foul, no one would care. But instead, he just had a unholstered firearm sitting in his coffee cup holder and just laying there. He could have easily, in trying to, for whatever reason, if the firearm got jostled for whatever reason, maybe he wanted to move it for whatever reason, as he picks up the firearm, it's possible there is a higher likelihood that he could mishandle the firearm while he's driving, as he's picking it up, not paying full attention, and fire that firearm, and that could have harmed an innocent citizen. That's why the NBA basketball player got arrested, and he should have been. Reckless endangerment of the public, recklessly handling his firearm. He knew better, and he didn't do better. It wasn't about the Second Amendment. It wasn't about restricting his rights. It was about protecting the public. And we see that in what happened to this young woman here in the Bronx. She recklessly was using her firearm. I believe one of the charges would be menacing. There's a couple of other specific charges about waving around a firearm and threatening someone with it. So she was using her firearm recklessly. I mean, really? You're going to pull a gun on someone because they knocked over your drink and you wanted them to give you the money for another drink, and you pull a gun on them? Are you serious? Look, I'm all for women being armed. I have often said on this program that I would love to see every woman in America who graduates high school and or college, that they have to take a firearm proficiency class, that they must be aware and capable of being able to fire a firearm, to properly maintain and to make safe a firearm. That is a requirement. Now, every woman doesn't have to. That is not a requirement or forcing women to own a firearm, just that they, by graduating, they have to have this knowledge. Many colleges have odd requirements. I know there's a couple of colleges where you have to know how to swim because the parents of one of the alumni had a child. That child didn't know how to swim. They got knocked into a lake and the child drowned. And so that no parent would ever have to go through that experience again, a couple of the colleges say, okay, you're required to graduate with your degree. You have to be able to be at least basically proficient in being able to swim. We could do the same thing in terms of firearms. For any woman graduating from a high school and or a college, they must take a proficiency class in learning about firearms and how to safely handle a firearm, how to fire that firearm with some proficiency, some aim, and that's it. They're not required to, so that just having that would protect women and would reduce crime, because every woman would then be qualified to get a firearm license, whether it's open carry or not. Every one of them would be capable of getting a firearm in that state and therefore able to protect themselves. Criminals would never know which woman is licensed, which one is armed at any given moment, and therefore the risk of robbing any woman would be exponentially higher, and so not as worthwhile. That would reduce sexual assaults and other crimes massively, because women, just the threat that a woman might be armed would reduce the incidents where women are presumed to be without any protection, without any arms, without an equalizing factor, and they are at risk. But the key words here is that women must be trained and must lawfully, safely use that firearm. That's the requirement. This woman wound up self-deleting because of her own inadequate use of the firearm. The firearm itself was not at fault. She was at fault. She threatened another human being without having her life at risk. She decided to have this illegal firearm without a holster. She was mishandling that firearm, carrying it in her pocket, and trying to adjust it without actually paying attention or actually seeing how that firearm was in her pocket, which caused it to go off because she didn't have the safety on, and she wound up firing that firearm, and it went and shot her in the leg, which eventually, I believe, it nicked an artery, which is why she died, because of blood loss. She wound up self-deleting because of her ignorance of firearms and firearm safety. That's not a problem of the gun. That's not a problem of the Second Amendment. Everything I've described has nothing to do with the Second Amendment or gun control. It has nothing to do with the things that you hear Democrats say will protect your life. Nothing to do with that. This woman, should she have been arrested for threatening another human being without actually having a threat to her? Yes. She wasn't, because, well, that's the community that now occupies where my family has lived for the last half century. But that being said, she did this to herself. She was both the victim and the aggressor. She was the cause of everything. And this is a story that should be covered in the news, to not only make women aware that if they are going to have a firearm, especially if it's an illegal firearm, because the cost of legally owning a firearm in New York State is prohibitive, especially in New York City. It's beyond prohibitive. It is meant to not allow you. It is so expensive as to stop you from exercising your right. It is meant to be so time-consuming and difficult so that you will not choose to exercise your right, which leaves many women defenseless. And Democrats go, well, don't worry, we'll pass another law and you'll be safe. And you won't be safe. And you aren't safe. But at the same time, there is a responsibility and an accountability for a gun owner. Even if you own an illegal firearm, You are responsible for how you use that firearm and knowing how to safely handle that firearm. If you're going to pull out a firearm, your life better be in danger. If you're going to point that firearm at another human being, you better be ready to fire, and it better be because your life is in danger. Otherwise, you don't do it. I'm not telling you that you can't have an illegal firearm because you want to protect yourself. I understand. A lot of women do. I have no problem with that. But if you're going to pull that firearm out, it's not because you want to drink, not because someone was stupid and drunk and knocked over your drink. That's not a reason. You don't threaten people for something stupid like that. You want to yell at them? Fine. Smack them if you dare. But you don't pull a gun out. You don't demand money. That's basically robbery at that point. You don't do that. And you don't run around with that firearm loose, hanging around loose in your clothing where you don't even know if you've put the safety on or not. Making yourself in danger because you put your hand in your pocket, as it seems this woman was doing, to rearrange and readjust how the firearm was sitting in her pocket, and shot herself. This should have been news. This deserves to be news. And whether it's the newspapers or the TV stations, local news, doesn't have to be national, should have been national. But even if we're just local news, somebody else should have picked up on this story and should have been telling the public. Because if one woman is running around New York City, as she did in the Bronx here, with an illegal firearm, with apparently little to no training, wielding that firearm to get money, so she can go drinking or to continue to drink, that's a danger to herself and everyone around her. That is improper use. That's something that should be socially frowned upon, and that's something that we should have laws that allow for individuals who have a firearm, legal or not, to become trained, to become aware of safety procedures at the very least. We don't have that because Democrats are so busy trying to take the guns away, which, by the way, this was an illegal gun. So even if you passed every single gun control law you want, if you passed every gun ban that you could possibly imagine, which almost none of them actually deal with handguns, but even if you banned all handguns like they tried to do in Canada, she had an illegal firearm. Your law means nothing. Means nothing. And if a random woman who is not a criminal, who's just out going and having drinks and just living her life, if she's carrying an illegal firearm for her own self-protection, you mean to tell me you think that the gangbangers, that the drug addicts, that the lesser part of society, that they're not carrying an illegal firearm too? Your law means nothing. Putting out another gun control law only affects law-abiding citizens who aren't the problem in the first place. 99.994% of all gun owners are lawful gun owners and pose no threat to the public. It's that fraction of a percentage that are the problem. And your laws don't stop that. No one cares. So every time someone wants to say, hey, well, if we just had banned all the guns, everyone would be safe. This case, this situation, this woman's death proves you wrong. Everyone tells you, oh, well, we'll just pass a law and you'll be safe. Lie. The New York Safe Act, the red flag laws, gun bans, magazine bans, none of that makes you safe. This woman just proved it. What makes you unsafe, besides the fact that there are criminals who don't care about those laws, that are actively willing to break the law to make money, there are also individuals, because there's such a barrier to entry, such a obstacle in learning about safety, that they wound up being just as big a threat as any criminal is. They're a threat and a danger to themselves and others because they don't know what they're doing. So your laws aren't only useless because the criminals don't care. That's why they're criminals. They break laws. They don't care. The criminally insane don't care because they're criminally insane. They never cared. They may not even understand what caring is. But on top of that, we add in a third group of the uninformed. Individuals that may or may not want to just protect themselves from perceived and or real threats. And because of their lack of knowledge and because they are incapable of getting the proper knowledge because the law prevents them from ever reaching out and getting proper training, proper knowledge, they're a danger to themselves and others. Democrats actually cause more people to die. The mentality of the anti-Second Amendment movement is more dangerous to the public than what they want. They're trying to tell you they're going to make you safe. They're going to make your life more dangerous. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way I understand it, but that's a reality. And I wanted to cover that story because I think it's damn important. I think this is really important to understand that this is a real threat, a significant threat, a threat that no one talks about, even though we should be talking about it. Because I think that's really important. People need to know about this. The lack of knowledge is deadly. The lack of knowledge is deadly to people. And that's what this case proves. By the way, I did find the correct video. Let me play that for you guys. All right, just a quick update on a live stream that I had just done previously on the shooting in the Bronx. According to witnesses I was able to speak with, it appears that there was a woman who was shot in the leg. She was shot. It was not a robbery, apparently. She was shot in front of a convenience store and then walked down the block and onto Seymour, updating my original story. So it was not involving the check cashing place, although that is one of the blood pool locations, a significant amount. The assailant seems to be at large at this time. The woman was the individual, the only one that was on the scene that was injured, who was taken to a hospital under police escort. It is unclear any other developments. So to recap quickly, at roughly 9 p.m., it seems that a woman was shot in the leg for unclear reasons. She then, well, now we know the clarity of the reason. So we know the time, we know the location, we know the reason why she was shot, and we know how she was shot. Okay. Proceeded down a block around the corner, which was what was being shown in the live stream. Police arrived within about 20 minutes. Roughly, maybe a little bit sooner than that, but yes, of that initial event, roughly, give or take. And the assailant appears to... Again, there was another person walking with the woman who happened to be another woman. She was not an assailant. She was her friend. The initial belief by several people who were there, who witnessed it, or witnessed it directly firsthand or secondhand, they believed that it was an assailant. As it turned out, that is not correct. But that is why people got confused. They weren't sure exactly what had just happened or who was involved. And so, or what their motivations were. And so that's why at that night, that's what we knew within about half an hour. At that point, about an hour after the event, That's the news we had at that time. The unknown at this time. This is unconfirmed information based on individuals. We have now since confirmed the information. We've talked to multiple witnesses of what happened at that night and how it happened. This is not confirmed by police officers. This is not part of the investigation by the police. But we already know that the Office of the Deputy Commissioner of the NYPD of New York City, they're not going to provide information. This is case closed. They're going to ignore and forget about this story and move right on. And again, that is a shame. This is a learning experience. This is an opportunity for some intelligent politician to pay attention and to say, this is a way I can help my community. Because getting rid of guns doesn't make people safe. But training people on how to properly use a firearm, that does make people safer. That can save lives. And I wish any politician, Democrat, Republican, conservative, libertarian, I don't care, use this. Go out there and say, hey, there's a segment of our population that is at great risk because they're afraid to get trained on how to protect themselves properly. They're running around with loaded guns that are not in holsters, that are not fully safe, and they got them in their pockets. That's a dangerous situation. That is a life-threatening situation every single day that you and I and anyone else walking down the street may not be aware of. That doesn't need to be that much of a risk, that much of a threat. And it's a threat to everyone, including the person who owns that illegal firearm. It's not a problem with the Second Amendment. It's a problem with government. It's a problem with politicians and political bias. I don't know. I think it's important. Maybe no one else does, but I think it's important. I think it's something that we need to talk about. Let me see. We got some comments here. And so picking up, Bronner was just with us, and he said, Happy Father's Day. Thank you, Bronner. Although I'm not a father, but thank you. Not for lack of trying, but I'm not a father. But thank you for that. Bronner says, I was wondering if you've been tracking what's been going on in Virginia regarding the Second Amendment. I've loosely been following that, but not recently. And of course, more recently, I was talking about the woman who was killed in the Bronx. And we now know how, why, when, who. We know all the answers to, essentially all the answers to the question at hand. The question now is, how do we prevent this from happening in the future, which is what I was just discussing for a little bit. How do we prevent this from happening to another woman anywhere in America? I can tell you, Democrat politics, the socialist progressive ideology that says, well, you're just unarmed forever, that's not a solution. Passing another law to punish law-abiding gun owners isn't an answer. No matter what anyone may think, the fact is the laws aren't protecting people. They're not. We need to have a very different outlook. And I believe the answer is more training, more open training, a willingness to say, look, whether you have a legal gun or not, you can be trained on how to properly make safe a firearm so that you don't kill yourself and others when you don't intend to. I think that's more important. I think that's entirely more important. But that's not what the politicians want right now. We have a comment also from Bronner who says, I've been trying to keep up with it, but some of it is confusing and things seem to be changing day by day. I know there's a lot of pushback against Virginia's governor who is trying to effectively ban firearms in Virginia. I'm just marking it down for myself. And I should remind me, I will look at the story, the update on what's going on in Virginia. If for some reason I forget to mention it by next Sunday, I probably will be talking about it in at least a couple of news segments between now and then. But if for any reason I forget, just ask me again next week. I have written it down. I will be investigating that. I will give you an answer next Sunday at the latest. Okay? Gracie's with me. Gracie, hello, Gracie. And she says, government does not want you to be able to take care of yourself. Government wants women to be dependent on the state. But that doesn't make them safe. Yeah, I agree. Democrats want women to be dependent on the state. They want them to feel like, well, if I don't vote Democrat, then they're not going to make me safe. It's just not true. And you can, again, this woman didn't die because of red flag laws or the New York Safe Act or the size of the magazine or the type of handgun she had. That's not what killed her. It was her lack of knowledge and training. Her bad usage of that firearm. That's what killed her. And that's sad because that shouldn't be the reason. That should never be the reason. And the movement by the left to try and ban firearms, ban firearm knowledge, makes people less safe and makes more likely that someone will shoot themselves and end their life than anything else. It's really sad. It really is. Okay, Bronner has a comment. He says, I haven't hunted in years, but when I did, it was required. Before getting a hunting license, one had to complete a firearm safety course. And that's what I want for every woman, at least every woman graduating high school and or college. They have to be able to fire a firearm, and they have to understand safety procedures. They have to be able to handle a firearm. That's it, because it prevents these kind of situations. And I don't care whether it's a Democrat, a socialist, whatever. I don't care which politician passed this law. Make this tragedy something that isn't possible in the future. That's what I would like to see, but they won't do that. Bronner goes on. Thanks for looking into the Virginia issue, Mike. I keep hearing no matter how it goes, good or bad, it's going to set a precedent for the entire country. That's often the case with a lot of, it's kind of like when New York had the New York Safe Act. That set a precedent across the country. Red flag laws, which came out of Connecticut in 1999, set a precedent for the country. They're ineffective. They're useless. They're not making people safer. They haven't ended gun crime, which they've all promised to do. They never will. Magazine bans, gun bans, they promise you that that's going to make everything safe. And every time a state does that, like Virginia is trying to do, it doesn't make people safer and it doesn't work. But they keep promising that. But that's it. Yep. All right. Let me see. Where did we leave off? I don't know. If someone thinks I'm wrong about any of that, let me know. But for those who are following throughout the week, my coverage of that shooting that no other news organization would provide, not one picked it up, not one news station. They could have just contacted me and asked to use my video, to ask what I knew, what I was able to determine through investigation. Any news agency could have asked for the story and I could have given it to them. Could have co-authored the byline. They could have taken I would have probably given them the video coverage that they could have cut up any way they wanted. They could have done a ton. Instead, they left the public uninformed, and this danger persists in our community. And I wish I had the audience to guarantee that this would never happen again, that I could reach 10,000 people. You know what? You're my audience. Clip that section about this woman and how she caused herself to self-delete. Share that, including my solution for that. Clip that whole section. Share it everywhere. Tell your local politician, isn't this a great idea? This is a problem. It's a problem that no one's talking about. The news media won't pick up the story. The police will not share that with the public. This is a clear and present danger in our population. Why don't you pass this bill or a bill like this based on this to make sure people have safety? They understand the safety protocols. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Speaking about stupid, illegal things, I'm going to get to your, I see the comments, Gracie and Bronner in 1 second. But I also am aware of talking about stupid things that happened this week. There is, whoops. There we go. Come on. There we go. There was earlier this week, illegal aliens. You may have remembered that for the last about 3 weeks now, almost a month, there have been protests, nonstop protests by the left at ICE facilities in New Jersey. And what we see is they've been trying, the leftists have been trying to block ICE from doing their job. And here's one of the people they're trying to protect. This is who Democrats and progressives are trying to protect. An illegal alien from Peru he rammed his car, a van, into an ICE agent because there was a vehicle stop. They were checking for illegal aliens. This individual knew they were going to get caught. And to prevent being caught, this illegal alien endangered himself and others, attacked an ICE officer. And of course, the officer did fire back at him, which could have endangered other people's lives. I'm not upset with the ICE officer. I'm upset with the illegal alien. I'm upset with Democrats in New Jersey that are enabling illegal aliens like this guy to think that he can go to New Jersey and that he will be protected, such that when he is confronted by law enforcement, instead of giving up peacefully, instead of trying to peacefully resolve the situation, he ran. He tried to kill people. This is so. If he's willing to run someone over just because he's in this country illegally, that's the kind of criminal and criminal mindset that is a danger to everyone in this country. What else will he do? What won't he do? He's obviously willing to kill. So what is it that he won't do? You don't know, neither do I. And this is why I'm upset with the New Jersey leftists that are trying to protect illegal aliens. They don't ever talk about stories like this. They never think about this. They just go, oh, no, but they've got to stay in the country. No, they don't. And they're all wonderful. They're all angels. No, they're not. A van is as deadly as a gun. And someone who is willing to use a van to try to kill someone simply so that they can get away and continue to commit crime is someone who is fundamentally a danger, in my mind at least, fundamentally a danger to the community. If they're willing to kill one person, they're willing probably to kill others. And to do it for something as trivial as what was the worst thing was going to happen? This guy would have been picked up. He would have been sent back to Peru. That's the worst thing that would happen. Oh, he has to try and, if he wanted to, he was going to try and get back into America. Okay. That's the worst thing. And he's willing to kill for that. This is a dangerous person. News media didn't really talk about it. You probably didn't hear anything about it. Hang on 1 second, folks. What? Sorry, that's my family letting me know something. By the way, speaking about why I'm so concerned about gun laws, why I'm talking about this, and the deadliness of this, did you see earlier this week? This is from this is West 44th Street, Times Square. We have migrants, we have visitors in our country for the World Cup, for the Knicks parade, that we have people all over in New York City from all over the world. And Times Square is always bustling. It's kind of the center of the world. People from everywhere in the world are constantly walking through that region. I used to work down in that region back in the 80s and 90s. And some guy just pulls out a gun and starts shooting people. By the way, it's illegal to have an unregistered firearm. It's illegal to brandish a firearm in a menacing manner in New York State. It is illegal to fire at someone when it's a non-life-threatening situation, especially since you have the right, the obligation, according in New York, to retreat, not to defend yourself, but to run away. These are 3 crimes right off the top. This is attempted murder. It's reckless endangerment. These are all crimes. Do you see this guy worried about the police? Do you see him worried about the laws that he's breaking? Or do you see him just breaking the law because he doesn't give a damn? Okay, I'll start that over from the beginning. Look at how many people there are in this situation. Look at all the people from all around the world, people going on about their day. They don't care. And they think they're safe because Democrats have promised them that there's a law. And I just ran through, what was that, 5, 6 different laws that are supposed to protect people from some criminal with a firearm, protecting you from firearms. You're protected. People see the gun, see the guy come out. There you go. That's the person. He just popped on out with his gun. People started running. He just starts shooting into a crowd. How protected are you? That law, those series of laws aren't protecting you. They're not providing you safety. You aren't any safer, but crime rates are down and nobody has to worry. And we have a law. We got a gun ban. We got a magazine ban. We've got the SAFE Act. We've got red flag laws. You're going to be safe. Unless a guy decides to pull out a gun on West 44th Street and just decides to start shooting people. Then you're not safe because the criminals don't care. The deranged don't care. You're not safe. And then he just runs off. And everyone sees that's him running right there. And see all the people, they're just running. Boop, boop. They're all just running away. And there's the police, by the way, right down here. This, I think, may be either police officers chasing after them, or it might be whomever they were shooting at chasing after them. I'm not clear on that. But these are officers right down here. And if you have been shot, you're already shot. The law didn't protect anyone, any of those thousands of people that were walking around. None safe. That's in the center of the heart of Manhattan, in one of the biggest cities in the world, with the largest police force in the world, that are constantly in Manhattan searching for criminals and criminal activity, the most in the world. But, people don't like to talk about that. They just don't like to talk about that. You know what? This is part of the reason why Democrats are so pessimistic and they don't love America. Now, individual people may love America, but Democrats as a group, progressives, socialists, they hate America. They hate America, apparently. Because if you go by the polling, we can see, compared with the past, do you feel the American dream is in 2026 harder to attain? 78%. That's a surprise. Where is it? How proud are you to be an American? This is from NBC. This is NBC reporting. How proud are you to be an American citizen? What you see is the extremely, that's almost exclusively, about 89% Republicans and conservatives are proud to be an American. 29% of Democrats are. But Democrats are the ones that are putting out laws to try and control everything you do, to micromanage your life, because they're going to make you safe. They're going to protect you. So they're going to micromanage your life. And they never do. They never get it right. And they think America, where you're free and you have accountability, and as long as you're informed, you can make whatever choice you want. They are the ones who are upset. Oh my God, Donald Trump's such a dictator. Donald Trump didn't lock down America. Joe Biden did. Well, that's not entirely true. Donald Trump, on the advisement of Democrats, locked down America, and Joe Biden kept it. And then he added to the punishments. If you don't get the jab, you don't get a job. Joe Biden mandated the jab. That wasn't Republicans. Republicans weren't asking for that. It's an experimental drug. You've got to take it because Joe Biden, Democrats said so. You can't have a firearm. You can't protect yourself because Democrats say so. You can't have the type of protection that you want to have. I've shown on this program many a time, I have a bulletproof vest. And I wear that to protect myself when I go out to certain live events because, well, people like Antifa, they try and kill people like me. They've done it before. They've attacked people like me. They've threatened me directly several times when I've gone out to live events. People have seen me go and cover live events and they're screaming, there he is. There's Michael. Michael's right there and he's wearing this or that and he's standing next to that person or this person. Look out for him. He's in the crowd. Yeah, they've done that more than a few times at a few different events. I had to worry for my life. I got a bulletproof vest. By the way, that's illegal in New York. That's a crime. Passive self-defense is a crime in New York because New York's trying to protect me. How? How can the state protect me from better than me wearing body armor? It doesn't make sense. But it's the Republicans that are the bad guys. Being proud of America are the bad guys. Who's listening to the indoctrination in our schools? Democrats. That's why they're at 29%. Critical race theory, that's a leftist theory. Intersectionality, gender affirmation, and affirmation politics in general, that's all leftist. That's got nothing to do with the right. That's all about control of your mind, your emotions, your body, your lifestyle. That's leftist. It's got nothing to do with Republicans. That's why Democrats are at 29%. And Republicans who believe in your freedom, you making a choice and being accountable for that choice, that's why we're at 90%. But, but I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy. Okay. Final thing I'm going to cover here. I'll get to a couple of comments and then I got to go. But let me just deal with this last thing, which I thought was an interesting story. And that is, you may not have heard about this. There is this new bank card, and it's for single mothers. In particular, it's targeting Black single mothers, but single mothers in general. There is a Black bank in America, and they are trying to give a new debit card program. And that program, which is targeting Black single mothers, is to help them get out of poverty. Because the fees that the cards that you use, every one of them has a fee. You go in, you try and get an ATM, and you're charged $2, $3, $4, depending on wherever you're at. That fee, in part, we're not clear about how much of a part, but part of that is going to be donated to organizations that try to help Black single mothers to get out of poverty. I like the concept, and it's a good gimmick. It's going to do great for this bank. They're going to get a bunch of Black people to open up bank accounts, give them a bunch of money to help that bank make itself very profitable. It's a wonderful gimmick. But here's the problem. It's like homelessness. We spend $81,000 in New York City per homeless person. We spend $44,000 per student. It's not the money. Because if it was just about the money, we'd have some of the most intelligent students in the entire world. We'd have zero homelessness. But we're not spending $81,000 on each homeless person. We're not spending $44,000 on each student. We're not. We're spending the money on somebody getting a grant for a school. We're spending $81,000 for some guy to run a study about why someone became homeless, whether or not they wash on a regular basis when they're homeless. Where do they sleep when they're homeless? We don't actually spend the money on the people. Now, I don't know this program specifically. I think the concept is great, and I do need to look at this more. I saw it just before we started the show. Actually, in the break, I saw it, and I was trying to find out more about it. Now, if this program is actually directly helping single Black mothers, fantastic. But as I read it through, the answer I received is they get the money, the bank gets the money, they give it to another organization so that organization can go and help Black mothers. Yeah, you notice it keeps extending out. And every time it goes to another group of people and another group of people, there's less money and less money involved because everyone's taking a cut of that money. If it's $1 at the bank, if you give $1 to the bank for this program, it suddenly turns out that it went to 75 cents that went to this one organization. That organization's working with another one. So the first organization, they're doing a study on how to help Black mothers. Why are they in poverty? Why are they single mothers? And then they give the money to another group that says, okay, we're going to help those mothers find how to do their finances, how to pay their bills. They're going to take out another 50 cents too, or another quarter as well. So we go from $1 to 50 cents. By the time it gets to actually helping any individual Black mother, it's like 5 cents. I like the gimmick. It's a great gimmick. In terms of marketing, fantastic. And they did it on Juneteenth. So that's a big, we're helping Black single mothers. You want to help Black single mothers, so you're going to do this, aren't you? Because you wouldn't want to not help Black single mothers. That would make you a racist, evil person, except if you're in New York, because then, of course, it would have to be Black single non-gestating parents, or excuse me, gestating parents. Then it would have to be that. Of course, I understand that. But other than the dehumanization of mothers, you would still donate, right? You're not that evil, that callous, are you? It's a gimmick. It's a sales pitch. And unless they identify, and as I was looking it over, I didn't notice, I could be wrong. A 2026 report by the Urban Institute and Jeremiah program says households led by single mothers experience widespread economic and caregiving hardship. No kidding. They're a single mom. It's kind of expressed in this description. Of course they have hardship. Let's see. Redemption Bank is based in Utah. It's going to make a fixed amount donation based on their new bank card. The amount will be determined annually. So they don't even have a fixed amount. We don't even know how much money they're actually taking out to give to a program to help these women. But the good news is It is a direct cash service. There will be nonprofits that provide non-cash after everyone takes out their cut. I understand the idea. It sounds like a gimmick. Maybe it's me. But if you are a single black mom, and if you're a progressive in New York, if you're a single black gestating parent, then you may want to check this out. You may want to find out more. The link will be in the description. You can check it out for yourself. Okay. I just wanted to cover that, make sure that I mentioned that. Let's see. We'll go through some quick comments here. Virginia purchases a gun sword. Oh, yeah. Every time that the Democrats try and take away people's Second Amendment rights, the sales go through the roof. That's why President Obama was one of the best gun salesmen in the history of the country, because he was trying to get rid of the Second Amendment. And everyone bought a gun. Let's see. We got Gracie. She says, in Ohio, if you were a grunt, you automatically get a concealed carry permit. My husband takes me to the range, but I still get nervous carrying a gun. I can understand that, but it's the knowledge that makes people safer. And it is when states prevent people from getting trained, from getting a chance to go to a gun range, from getting a lesson on how to make their gun safe, that's when people die in stupid ways. That woman should never have died. She died because Democrats won't let people get protection, to get knowledge. What is this? Bronner says, some lady on Facebook recently posted some nonsense about not liking children being forced into safety drills in case of mass shootings. Why not? Bronner goes on to say, I told her we wouldn't need these safety drills if you idiots would stop making gun-free zones. That's kind of funny. Yeah, where do 94% of all shootings take place? Gun-free zones, of course. Yeah, but if you had a teacher who was armed, then kids would most likely be more safe anyway. Gracie says, I have a constitutional right to defend myself. I have the right to carry not just guns, but to bear arms. I don't dispute that, but that's not the law in a lot of states, especially not New York State. That's just not the law. I understand what the Constitution says, but as my good friend Larry Sharp has mentioned more than once, New York State courts say the Second Amendment does not apply in the courtrooms in New York State. So that's a problem. That's a problem. I'm trying to mitigate the problem, but that is a problem. Gracie goes on to say, leftists and socialists have taken the Dems so far left that many blue states are turning into communist hubs, and it's going to get worse. That's not ending. That we are a long way away. We see that, last I remember was 21%, or was it 26% of those who are 25 and under think socialism is a good idea, that communism is a great concept. It's not going away. We're going to have a bad time in this country. All right. Look, it's almost 7 o'clock. We've been on for about 4.5 hours. I'm getting called by my family. I do want to see. I'm sad that Iran tied, but I do want to watch the game. I'll be watching some of the World Cup. I want everyone to be safe. I want you to be secure. If you have an illegal firearm, please try to find a way to get trained on how to properly maintain that firearm, how to keep it safe so that you're safe and that others around you are safe as well. I need to double check on any breaking news about what's going on with Iran. I'm not upset per se that this deal doesn't go forward, but I am concerned about how Donald Trump resolves opening up the Strait of Hormuz. That is a concern. Keep an eye out for that. Bronner gets the last comment here. He says, when the bad guys don't know who is armed, trained, and willing to use these arms, the bad guys think twice before being bad. That's my point. That's my point. But do clip the show and send it out to every elected official that you think will listen, and twice to those who you think won't listen, So maybe they make a better law, or they stop making these laws because they don't work. But folks, I want to thank you for taking some time, whether you watch 5 minutes, you've been with us for 5 hours. I thank you for being here with me. I appreciate you. Please, if you've listened for 5 minutes or more, please hit the subscribe button. It is so critical. I want to just get to 5,000 subscribers. I'm not trying to blow out Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro. I'm not trying to become the next Joe Rogan. I'm just trying to reach more people. And you can help me with that. Just hit the subscribe button. Costs nothing. It's easy enough. So I thank you for that. And I will talk to everyone again very, very soon. Hey, Bronner, yeah, you have a good night as well. And do remember, 7 o'clock Monday night on the Monday Opinion Roundtable. I will be with Charles Guaria, Joe Hanush, and with John Navarra, talking about all the things that are going on in Florida, New York, and across the United States. I'll talk to you all again very, very soon. Love you guys. Appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for your comments. I always look forward to seeing more.